Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Seeing through the fog, old gods he's slayed. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7.
Aw, poor Havids. Excuse me. You know, we haven't seen any bots lately. Maybe YouTube finally got rid of them. One can dream. So it makes the mods' jobs much easier. Join my own stream. Yeah, the Discord mech race was submitted. I don't know who I didn't look at everyone who participated in it because that would be just such a long list of names. I'm sure it was epic. You're red in the Discord in the mech race. I assume not in this game. Unless you have an alt that's dogerocket. It's the for the tournaments I have to show them on the website to get the right tile set. There's YouTube color. Oh. Makes sense. How's everyone enjoying the Quack Cups? dogerocket. I think this is submitted by dogerocket. I don't recognize the name. I recognize fyram. You're on burnout break, so the Quack Cup is sailing by you. Oh man, what a tournament to miss. You forgot how the tag works, so you messed up. Okay. It's a little tricky. Yeah, I don't know if the new textures will be imported to the replay viewer or not. I imagine they've got more important stuff to work on now that they're a Damon Hunter, who's the maker of the replay viewer, is now a dev on the website, so they might have other things they're focused on. Tournaments are such a time investment, especially because they have the shorter clocks on them. Yeah, it's not the same as dual strike. You don't get to dual strike, which is good because dual striking is broken. I'll tell you though, when you're in the tournaments and you spend like 2 hours or something on a turn, and then you blunder, you still manage to blunder after investing so much time. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Like, how did I miss that? I looked over it so closely. But such is life. Oh, wow, we got a lot of viewers pretty quickly. Okay. Am I calling 2 hours a lot of time for a turn? I consider it a lot of time, yeah. Unfortunately, I often spend a lot of time on turns. And still, I mean, I could definitely spend more than 2 hours, but at points I have to call it off. I have to be like, you know what? It's fine to not be perfect. If I mess up, I mess up. I'm already the king of the penguins. What am I? What's there left to prove? It's not fine. It's fine. You can take it from me. It's fine. There's always another game. I can't be you can't just dethrone me. I have to prove that penguins can quack. Heavy is the crown. True. Hey, yo. Okay. So, we've got the Chasing Shadows in Cherrystone, which is the Quack Cup 2 Game 1 map. This looks to be one of the higher rated games because I know fyram is a high rated player. And if you don't know, the on-site tournaments are split into division based on rating. So this looks to be a Division 1, the top division game, just based on fyram being here, even though I don't recognize dogerocket. Somehow you're in the top 30 in high funds. You don't know how. High funds is a smaller pool, but usually it's that can kind of happen. You're like, what? And then you get to experience what it's like to be at the higher ranks and fighting the top players. It's fun stuff. So a game in high funds and you're in top 30, it's not quite that bad. So on this map, there is this FTA balance, first turn advantage balance city here. And in my previous stream where I covered my game on this map, I was talking about how I don't like that. The setup that's here because it limits the openings that player 1 could go for. However, so far in the tournament, player 1 has been winning more than player 2, so maybe it's not good enough. Who knows? That's probably just because player 1 is ahead on 2 bases. Well, player 2 is only ahead on 1, so maybe just one city isn't quite enough to make up for that. I don't know. It's going to be really hard to balance though when you have three separate fronts like this. But usually, if we were talking about how do you balance for turn advantage, these kind of maps, is you're looking at both players having an equal number of fronts that they're ahead on. So right here, player 2 is ahead on this front because they started with the infantry here, but player 1 is ahead on this front, and they're also ahead over here. Except I guess they get delayed because they go back for this city, which might be the idea there. They're ahead here, they're ahead here, they're ahead here. So yeah, player 1 is currently ahead on 1, 2, 3 fronts, and player 2, player 1's ahead on 3 fronts, player 2 is ahead on 1 front. I guess technically 2 fronts if you include this one. But then player 1 would be ahead there as well. So it might be that this city isn't quite enough to balance that out. Who knows? It's very finicky when you're dealing with mixed-based scenarios. You like how I'm assuming Division 1 as if I can't be certain by scrolling up a tiny bit? Indeed, it is Division 1. The D bracket. There we go. Okay. Let's start it off. We've got Eagle Kindle against Vomble Adder. So Vomble Adder, I believe, is very common for this tournament. The idea being Vombolt is going to be the best CO for day-to-day and just brawling in general. And then Adder adds something to Vombolt that Vombolt doesn't have, and that's movement options. Also, as someone who gains a lot of charge, or fills up their power charge rather quickly just by having not very many bars. So Adder can come online nice and early, even in the second slot. We're down here. We have fyram playing Eagle and Kindle. Now, I would not choose Eagle here. You do have stronger battlecopters, and battlecopters are very strong on this map due to these central airports. But they're only 5% more attack stronger than Vombolt, and you have to give up having the stronger infantry. So you're going to have a really hard time actually fighting in the day-to-day fights on all of these fronts when you're playing as Eagle. Where Kindle, you are... where if you flip over to Kindle, she does have a stronger day-to-day, being able to defend cities very effectively with their plus 40% attack from them. But then you're no longer building up all the charge on Eagle. So I think this might be a really tough tag team to use on such a small mixed base map. Because while if you do get Eagle all the way to the super, he will be really strong, as always. I feel like getting to that point is just going to be an absolute nightmare. But we'll see how it goes. There we go. Looks like dogerocket is going to go down here and block the harbor. Both players can do that to each other. I imagine we're about to see it happen. No. Oh, okay. So fyram is going to let dogerocket get this harbor, and is going to opt for instead making it to this island really fast. I personally prefer going for the harbor, at least at first. I was considering leaving the harbor to transport over here after I've already conducted my initial capture phase from this middle island. I feel like going for this too quickly slows you down too much. Oh, and dogerocket was also very aggressive in going up here. Not even tagging this city first. So usually I would expect this player to take the city because of the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's just 2 turns from the city to get to here. So you're not really spending that much time. Where it's still two turns to get to this harbor from where you are right now in comparison to getting there from the city. So it kind of feels like you should just take the city along the way. But in this case, they were feeling pressured by fyram's black boat to make it up here before any interruptions could happen, which will hurt a little bit in their initial economy here. This infantry is also going to have to spend a lot of time up here, because just capturing this stuff's not good enough. You also have to babysit it. Otherwise, fyram can always come over later and just take it from you. fyram has switched over to Kindle for the superior day-to-day abilities. Also going for a very fast airport here, which I agree with. Ooh, we have a recon from dogerocket. Now, I was thinking about a recon on this map, but I didn't end up going for it because I felt like the tank buys were way too strong for me to get anything done with it. And then over here, there's just gonna be so many infantry that can be protected by one vehicle that I felt like the pressure would not be getting much done. But we will see if dogerocket found something that I did not. If I am going for very early artillery to scare this black boat away. So, to me, this says that fyram is not interested in trying to push these cities right away. Gonna wait for more build-up and then take them after kicking this black boat off of this harbor. Okay, fyram is making a mistake here. I guess not. I would put the infantry on the mountain. The idea fyram has here by not putting the infantry on the mountain, so now the infantry isn't in range of capturing the harbor. The idea is if the black boat leaves the harbor to avoid being shelled, the artillery will then stand on the harbor, and then you can bring your infantry over. And the black boat can't get in the way. We'll see if the black boat moves. Okay. Got the recon coming over here to harass. I don't think he's going to find much, but I'm prepared to be surprised. Yeah, the recons do have limited movement. You think he forgot it was a mountain? I think he knows it's a mountain. Okay, maybe he doesn't know it's a mountain. that infantry movement doesn't make any sense. Okay, it does build a tank over here. So this is definitely... I think this is a mistake. This is way too much investment in this little corner, and it's going to cost you on all of the other fronts. Okay, so this isn't going to be able to land, but it does stop dogerocket from getting the comm tower for a little bit. You got to buy? I had to fight for my game. So what's going to happen here is dogerocket is just going to stand on this shoal. Oh no, that doesn't work. I was thinking you could just stand on the shoal and then the black boat can't unload. But this is actually a harbor. So it takes 2 units to lock this down. Oh, turn 1 resign due to busy equals buy. Gotcha. Or I guess you're saying is congruent to buy. Wow. Hallows, you're lucky with your buys. Okay, now the black boat leaves. But this is important now that fyram is going to have to put one of these vehicles on the harbor. If the artillery leaves, I guess it can't leave. It can only go to this forest. But if it leaves, then the black boat can just come right back. Yeah, and because there's double vehicle investment down here, fyram has no way of defending this city. Okay, so the black boat's going to come back because fyram's not going to have the extra firepower. Yeah. Does unload here. That's not... Yeah, this is going to be tough because this is against a Von Bolt infantry. Although it is a Kindle infantry on the harbor. So it's going to have some strong firepower. Yeah, here the black boat comes back. Able to stall another turn. Oof, but it'll be double. It's going to be double comm tower. Von Bolt infantry here. It's going to be pretty nasty, yeah. We're at 17k income to 12k because of this flip. This is looking really rough. Not quite sure why. Oh, I see. So the battlecopter's coming over here to stop these captures from happening. Does leave the recon to get harassed, but the recon can take it. It's copters notoriously not the best at killing recons. It was the emotional damage from facing Talos. It might be one of the new songs. Okay, fyram. Must be gonna build a battlecopter, try and face down this Von Bolt battlecopter, but if fyram wants to have any hope of winning this battlecopter fight, they have to switch over to Eagle. As we saw in my game against Malleus, Von Bolt double comm tower can absolutely wreck Kindle copters. Didn't switch over to Eagle. Also took... This is almost a negative value trade. Yeah. 5-8. Favor of Von Bolt. This is going to like knock this down to 1, maybe 2. Down to 2. Get the 2-9. Okay, so fyram is going to get this city. Although it costs pretty much a whole copter to do so. fyram is really pressured. Still really far behind in economy and development. This might be the first time I've ever seen this base just kind of go around here and invade this island. Also, this city... I'm not quite sure what fyram's doing here, but this city should just go to this island. It's got such a good defensive position on it for a vehicle. But I think what happened is that because of the black boat picking up the infantry here, the capture phase for this island just got delayed by a turn. And that's really hurting. Okay. fyram uses the mech to try and cover against this incoming attack, although this infantry is kind of left high and dry. Whoa. Kills. Make sure to finish off the black boat, huh? Ah. Okay. Tank goes over here, hits the comm tower to delay the turn, and builds a copter in front of this copter. Does get the Kindle strike there. You're really going to need to switch over to Eagle if you want to have a chance in these copter fights for that extra defense. Does go for the strike here, letting the black boat heal up this infantry to win the battle. Yeah, see, I don't like the Eagle pick here, as I was saying early on, is because if you want to survive against fighting Von Bolt, you're going to need a day, and then Eagle's going to take twice as long to get the super. Yeah, so over here, I agree with this. The copter plus anti-air killed the tank, and now you have the anti-air staring down this airport. While still having copter support. I think this is a slight mistake. This is a base skip over here? Well, fyram's having a real tough time. Did manage to catch up in an income, but I would just go in here and hit this infantry with the tank. Just kill it off. I don't really care if fyram wants to send infantry into this like meat grinder for me. Okay, a join cap might have been the way to go for this comm tower as well, because well, it depends on how much you care about the comm tower. Because an urban blight seems very possible. Yeah. Yeah, no, attacking, just killing off that infantry would have been better. You could attack it from the shoals over here if you didn't want to attack from the lab in fear of the urban blight. He goes in for a copter strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't quite strike from the lab. So we do have the urban blight, which is going to slow down some of these captures, as well as delay the comm tower at least a turn. Okay, yeah, I don't like this. You can't. I personally, I feel like you can't go for this capture unless this base is just being incredibly what would you call it? Neglectful in trying to defend it. Like these infantry are going to interrupt. And I guess the anti-air can't reach there. But the infantry are going to be able to interrupt, and then the vehicles can very quickly just hold it down. Although I guess you do have the Kindle Urban Blight, so if there's ever a time to go for the city, it's now. Ooh, and then we're trying to repair a copter. Desperate times call for desperate measures right there. Yeah, anti-air kills the copter. This copter comes in. Oh, fyram switched over to Eagle at the end of the turn, so that means there's no +10 stats for having the power active. Ouch. Was that already at 9 health? It was already at 9 health. Back down to 1. Yeah, that Humboldt has just free reign of this area. Kills off that infantry. The artillery's getting shot down. This anti-air's very quickly going to overtake this airport. Was an anti-air built up here? Oh, in anticipation of the copter that was here, I guess. But that was 2 turns ago, wasn't it? I'm not sure why an anti-air got built here. This is a very ballsy tank, too, because this guy can just... Or, mech, because he can just walk around and... What? This is definitely a mistake from dogerocket. Oh, the mech's on a mountain. It completely covers that mountain. It might still be worth it, but okay, I can understand retreating from a mech on a mountain. I'm surprised that fyram ended up giving up this fight. Well, I guess we're almost halfway there to an Eagle Super. So we'll see if that can somehow turn this tide. But it's no easy task. Yeah, Vombolt doing Vombolt stuff. Just having really good stats. Okay, copter goes up there. Harassment just out of range of the anti-air. Finding some pickoffs. Oh, it doesn't get the copter kill. Has to finish off with 3 health. Does dogerocket really didn't want to join cap this comm tower? I think that it would have been very nice. But now fyram does get to deny it, which is really good. Okay, so dogerocket might get this. No fear. We have the copter coming in here. There must be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Some sort of breakthrough to stop the anti-air. There we go. Tank just stands in the way. Because there's a mountain here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not enough movement. And fyram can't kill off the tank. Ah. It was a nice blockade that fyram had set up here, but dogerocket found a way through, kills off the copter, and now, everything's falling. Probably shouldn't have stood on the comm tower there, or I guess the Kindle isn't out yet, so you can just stand on the comm tower. It's fine. This is looking very GG. With these graphics, you have no idea what's happening. It's tough. Okay, so fyram might be able to somehow get an eagle super here. This isn't 3 bars is a lot with only 50k total unit value though. But with a eagle super, would be able to kill off this copter. Okay, come down here. Let's hit this tank. There's no way fyram can get the charge here. Eagle just takes way too much. I'm actually doing okay in unit count. Just like a turn behind in unit value almost. The trees are nice, yeah. The mountains are so small. And this right here is a pipe seam. Or not a pipe seam, just a pipe. Gets to kill 2 damage on a copter. I mean, I've played as Von Bolt and against Von Bolt a lot. And still the damage is surprising every time. Although, this is Von Bolt with double comm tower. And for those that don't know, Von Bolt with double comm tower unlocks a lot of scary things. Like tanks one-shotting infantry on roads and shoals. Oh, we're not in live chat. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah. The mountains getting blocked is the worst part for sure. I know when I was playing, I was constantly just mousing over and looking at the bottom left. You guys can't see for some reason. They don't have the... Whoop. Like that. We can just have it like that. That way you can see... There you go. Now you guys can see the bottom left. Just have an idea of what the different terrains are. How does a CO switch work? So there's another button that shows up where instead of ending your turn, you can swap COs, which will then end your turn, and then the other CO comes out in front. Mountains replaced by rocks? Is it less defense? No, it's just a reskin. This is the Quack Cup number 2, and it's a whole bunch of maps based off of Shadows Chase You Endlessly, and they all have a reskin. Okay, so fyram's trying to build up like a storage of vehicles instead of having them constantly die here. Kind of group up very defensively. If fyram can like somehow stall here for like 3 turns or something, then the Eagle Super could definitely turn things around. Hello? Although 22 income to 17 is a lot to try and stall for. It's now dogerocket's turn. Oh, it's the end, I see. Can I go back to go through dogerocket's turn? Okay, it won't let me go through dogerocket's turn. So we'll see what did dogerocket do here. So we have an attack through here, hitting this infantry, or killing the mech. Just killing the mech. And then otherwise, it's just body blocking to go for the lab cap. Going for both lab caps, which threatens to win the game. If there's no HQs on the map, you lose the game if you have no labs. And right now, fyram owns 2 labs, and both of them are starting to be captured. And then didn't attack at all over here, just kind of disengaged. Trying to, I think, just set up to attack whatever tries to interrupt the lab cap. But no combat. There's the only combat on that turn was killing this mech. Okay. That's basically ideal for fyram, I think. You know, with Lash Eagle, I think the best combination is Von Bolt Kindle, personally. But I could see Von Bolt Adder doing something. Okay, so fyram did get that basically ideal turn there, where no fighting happens. So a lightning strike is, or should be on the cards, unless fyram actually just can't get enough charge, which it looks like is what happens. Yeah, okay, fyram's super dead. Yeah, fyram resigns. So what was going on there is fyram was thinking that they can get the Eagle super off, and then they can do a lot of damage. Like they could kill off both of these copters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess they could only kill off one copter, but they kill off copter AA. Kill this tank off. Maybe kill this copter off. But wasn't able to get as much charge as they thought, so they resigned there, which is fair, because next turn dogerocket's just going to kill all these exposed vehicles and even get a Von Bolt super. So GG dogerocket for the victory. Seems very, very difficult to fight against Von Bolt on this map as Eagle. Maybe Hawk can do it, so you have an actual day-to-day that can kind of help with the fight, but even then there's so many of these just like infantry fights. I think dogerocket really should have done some join caps to, like, if dogerocket had this comm tower, I think the game would have ended even earlier. GG, the noble attempt to use Eagle. Yeah, Von Bolt's very strong, especially in mixed-based kind of situations. I'm gonna go back over to the replay viewer for the rest of the games here. Be right back. And we're back. Riot? All right. Next game in the queue is this one right here. High Funds, High Fun. Kindle versus Kindle. Everyone's favorite. Tickle the birds. Is it an alt? I don't know. Probably. Okay. I believe this is sent in by High Funds, High Fun. Because I know Arya's account. I'm back already. Kindle Mirror, yeah. $25.01 with a name like that. Yeah, that's Nick. That's an alt. That's an alt for sure. Is it a High Funds only alt? Probably. Okay, so we can see the FTA balance on this map is the, well, for one is this existing infantry here, but it's also the positioning of these infantry. For player 2, this infantry can reach this space, this infantry can reach this space. For player 1, both of these infantry can reach this space, but neither of them can reach this one this turn. So this base is going to be slower for player 1 in comparison to player 2, but this one will be faster for player 1 in comparison to player 2. And then if we look at the fronts here, in comparison to this base, player 2 is ahead by a turn, and then in comparison to this base, player 1 is ahead. So it looks like very solid FTA balance. This is a central base kill map, you think? It does look pretty easy for this base to fall because you have the double base that can come in from the left here. You've got base airport that can come in from the right, and then you have the other central base can come in down from the top. I think I think that's probably what happens. I imagine the idea was base airport can get into like a stall fight with the double base to keep the central bases alive or something. This is high funds though, so sometimes it's really difficult to knock out a base because they can pump out like multiple mega tanks every turn. And there is a harbor here, so could build a battleship to try and hold. Or a carrier, I guess. We do have this black boat, so you can drop off here right away if you so desire. Looks like Arya is not interested. I would probably do so because getting this airport online in high funds as fast as possible is just going to exert a lot of pressure since you have a lot of extra funds to throw around for battlecopters and the like. But neither player is going for this the black boat play right away, which I find very weird, but that might just be a preference from me where I want the other production facility up and running to get that unit count advantage and extra pressure. In this case, neither player has any interest in that, so... or has no super early interest in that, I should say. High fun is now going for it. So, wanted to go for this capture first, and this one. Huh. So Arya moved over here, which is threatening to go for this city. However, they're gonna have to back off, since just building a tank here stops it, as well as the infantry across the mountain. And I guess it's okay to try and trade out infantry here, because both of these are lone bases, so they're both going to be somewhat infantry starved. I think this would probably be advantageous for this for high fun to trade out infantry against Arya's central base, but it might be too early, because I think if you lose out on your infantry here before the double base can come online for this fight, then their own double base might be able to rush down and take out your corner. It's not about the island being contested, it's about getting the airport online as fast as possible. Because the airport alone will force anti-airs out of this base, it'll force anti-airs out of that base. Okay. High fun going in here with the interrupt. It's going to be a nasty counterattack. Oh, no, it's not going to be a nasty counterattack. This tank doesn't actually reach. I was going to say it's fine, though. A lot of these kind of interrupts in high funds can often be worth it. I don't know why the black boat moved there. The attack over here from high fun is a little bit precarious for sure. It is going to stop this city from being captured. Now it's locked down by an artillery. But it is also hurting the central infantry count here. Ooh. Which might rather bad. We'll see. So here, if I was high funds, high fun, I would just kill off this infantry and invite the tank first strike. I like the repair on this infantry. That's very nice. Because that turns this from a 4-turn cap into a 3-turn cap. I wouldn't cancel my cap though. That I think is a mistake. Oh, I guess going for the tank first strike is fine. And then the recon strike. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'd probably still not cancel my cap and just invite this tank to be alive. But maybe that would be a little too risky. The recon coming in is very nice. It looks like Arya was just missing some of these attacks on the units. I'm music down a tiny bit. Yo, that's aggro. Okay, so the central base for Arya is under a lot of pressure. But they've captured the same number of properties for both of their central bases, so Arya isn't falling really far behind in that regard. Here, I would not finish the capture on the city. I would go straight for the airport, because getting the also here I would just go repair my tank. Getting those copters online is going to help a lot. Ooh, see, I like this attack. It's a little dangerous because the artillery hits your tank, but there's no easy way for infantry to be resupplying here if they also want to go for these other captures. And it does put pressure on this artillery, because if it stays here and fires on this tank, then Arya can repair this infantry, and with the injured tank and the infantry clear off this city. And then this tank goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and kills the artillery from the city. We go from piano to super epic music. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, infantry gets killed off. Tank gets killed off. That's where you'd want to just repair your tank instead. Just for the infantry strike. Now this artillery just has to retreat, and then retreat it does. So here, if you had battlecopters being built, I think you could pretty easily overwhelm the central base, or for Arya, because you'd have tanks coming in, artillery coming in, and copters coming in, and it would only be able to build against one of those, either against the tank artillery or against the copters. Such as the pain of the one base and there not being a unit that beats, from the base that can beat a tank and a copter. I guess a mega tank kind of can. More repairs. So this tank is covered by this other tank up here, so you can't kill it off. And then this recon's covered by the artillery. So very nice coverage from High Fun's High Fun. Just have lots of tanks trying to threaten this. If you go too heavy on the tank count, then they can ward you off fairly effectively just by teching up against you. So here High Fun's High Fun, so hard to say, is trying to get charge. So really wants to go for that Urban Blight. And it does interrupt 1, 2... Okay, well, it interrupts 1, 2, 3, 4 different captures, which is a lot, but it also delays this airport for a whole turn, and it hurts the tanks. And the tank on the lab. Wow, that's a pretty valuable Urban Blight for sure. How much damage did it actually do? It did cost some units and some bad first strikes to go for it. did like 14k, but then another 1 or 2, 4, 6, 8, another 8k from delayed income. Which is probably worth it, especially in high funds where your power comes quick and easy from all of the units running around. Arya's having a hard time in the middle for sure. Fortunately, the zoning that Arya was doing against high fun over here has almost paid out equally. There's only been one more city captured in the center in comparison. Just get the kill there. Kill off that tank. The lab is almost under threat. A lot of infantry coming down here with an artillery friend. However, anti-air are going to have to be built because now this airport's online. Triple tank with an infantry. There was no urban blight, no response urban blight, which is fine. These tanks are very much vulnerable to being taken out. Oof. But that was a very good find that High Fun had there. Killing off this tank, and now there's going to be too many tanks around here to do any real urban blight shenanigans. This doesn't even reach here. The infantry had to be built because there was no other way to get any captures. But it's definitely looking like a tank would have been necessary to try and hold this, or maybe like a Neo tank or something. I know, the poor penguin. Been trying for so long. I think the repair didn't happen last turn. We do have an urban blight response from Arya here. Does about 14k. Does allow for this tank first strike. Kill off the tank. Try and consolidate with joining the 2 base with the central forces. Which does put pressure on this corner base, but now this airport's online and there's no anti-air with this attack. Really needed to have the prophylactic anti-air. Okay, still combating over this city. The harbor can be captured in 2 turns. Ooh, specifically this tank is forced to stop this capture. Oh, that's really mean, because that's also the tank that can stop this capture. So very nice overload done by High Fun. Yeah, here comes the battlecopter spam. Gonna be able to hold off this army for like 3 turns until these anti-airs actually show up to ruin the day. There's a lot of tanks, yeah. Yeah, that has to go over there to interrupt that capture, so this one's going to go through. We do have the double base giving up on pressuring down here, moving out to the middle, trying to get some more captures. And also go for the slab on the way. This is a double lab map, it looks like. So if both of these labs fall, then it's GG. These anti-airs are not covering these tanks, so High Fun is going to get a free shot. We have the Neo tank built to try and hold this base. And it just tanks over here. This looks like the labs might fall pretty quickly. There wasn't, because the Neo tank had to be built here, there wasn't even a copter built. Although there is a prophylactic anti-air. Anticipation. Okay, down goes that infantry. You really have to be careful when you're fighting Kindle to make sure your infantry aren't standing next to the cities they're going for exactly that reason. A brutal breakthrough here. And the comm tower gets denied. So now this is double comm tower Kindle against 0 comm tower Kindle. Got 2, like technically 3 infantry that are all lined up on this lab. This lab is starting to be captured. This artillery retreats really far back. I guess it didn't have a spot where it could stand and also cover this capture. It would really like to be on this city, so that might have been a misplay, unless this was captured. Yeah, okay, it was captured. It's fine. Okay, we have a Neotank over here. I mean, this fight is already looking heavily in high funds favor. Just the copter getting so much damage done. The Urban Blight from Arya. This tank definitely going to go down. This infantry will go down. You have an artillery shot on that tank. Runs in here, Neotank kills off that tank. Going for the comm tower capture. We have a tank kill there. That's pretty nice. The copter does survive, but it does get hit by their Urban Blight as well. It's very weird. I guess it was because didn't want to attack from the comm tower because the follow-up Urban Blight, the high fun is probably going to go for. Attacks the copter. I really don't like that attack. That's a Kindle copter on a city. No reason to knock your tank down to 7 to do 2 damage to the copter. Was there double base hit? Okay, high fun. Goes straight for the Urban Blight. They're up by 8k. They have a Neotank here. They get a copter strike from the city against a Neotank on the road. Pretty good value. These tanks come in here. There's still heavy pressure on this on this lab. These tanks get to come in for some first strikes. Strikes from the lab, which does mean it's not going to be captured this turn. Yeah, I mean, it's fine to strike from the lab. You do get a nice kill on the tank. Okay, so this is just barely blocked off from the Neotank hitting the artillery. The lab is under a lot of pressure. Arya lost a ton of value that turn. And the comm tower still isn't getting captured. You have the strike from the city with the medium tank. Okay, the lab is officially gone. 7-9 attack. It was a 6-2. Ooh, that really hurts. That was probably Arya trying to get some desperation Urban Blight. And that's the resign right there. So very well played for high fun. I think Arya just had a little, mainly struggled with the, I'd say the capture phase in high funds, which is always like the hardest part. And one thing I would say for sure is to get, if you play on this map again, is to get this airport online faster. The as we saw here, the copter presence, it makes a big difference. And yeah, really good use of the artillery from high fun. GG. Here we go. We have Reborn. Andy versus Graboid Drake. take the comm tower first? Definitely airport first. If it's working for you, it's working for you. Do I know who sent this in between these two names? I do not. That's your game. You're Andy. There we go. Yellow comment. New submitter Pog. These have all been new submitter games so far. We have 4. This is Stalingrad 1v1, a very classic fog map. This is like considered the classic fog map, at least for the Weege style. WYJ, who is the person who made a lot of these maps that are very, very open. Allows for a lot of the movement and front shifting and vision play in Fog of War. It kind of enables the mode a lot. So this is a very classic map. And then the top right, we have Reborn, who is also Flavio Morea in chat currently, playing as Andy against Graboid playing as Drake. So this is the Andy versus Drake matchup, which is a very classic matchup that has a lot of its own nuances to it. For a brief introduction to the map, you can see that the capture phase kind of leads the infantry towards the comm towers. You have this capture chain to this comm tower. You have like, it leads you to this corner and it leads you to this comm tower and it leads you to this comm tower. So there's always going to be a conflict around this area and then sometimes in the corner, just based on how the map leads you there, and you're trying to protect your own infantry as you're capturing. With this comm tower being a little bit closer to this player, so they tend to get there first, and vice versa over here. But that's what you can expect, is you're either going to be attacking here or you're going to be defending here. And how you decide is completely up to you. There's a bunch of different types of openings on this map, ranging from like really fast transport copter to like double artillery rushes on the opposing comm tower, or traditional like recon, day 3 recon kind of stuff. In this case, we have Reborn going for a very early artillery, a day 4 artillery. So we'll see what that ends up doing. And then we have a delayed day 4 recon from Graboid. Both of these being built on the double base side, so as to not hurt the infantry count too much with the capture phase. So we'll see what this artillery's goal is. There's a few different really nice forests that you can stand in when you're attacking. There's this one that's very handy. There's this one if you can get there really early, and there's this one tends to be the main 3, I would say. Sometimes you end up going to this one if they like invest a lot attacking up this way. But if you can make it to this one, or if you can make it to this one or this one, you have you have a lock on their comm tower, provided you have vision from the safety of a forest, which is always really nice. We'll see where it ends up going. Sometimes the players will invest with some early tanks to defend with, in which case the artillery can get caught, because this is like an artillery rush, and as you can see, artillery do not have very good vision. So it's definitely slightly risky to go for it, but it's not very common that people attack this direction. They usually attack out of the 2 base like this. So this recon is going to be a little too slow because it was a day 4 recon instead of a day 3 recon. It's going to be too slow to actually interrupt this comm tower. It would, if it could see the comm tower, then it could interrupt it. But because it's out of vision range, assuming this infantry goes for the comm tower capture. Okay, so looks like the artillery is going for this forest. Maybe it's going for this forest. The one thing I would say here is you don't really want to lead with the artillery like this. If it's going for this forest, then you can like hide in this forest, or you can hide in this city and then leapfrog your way over. It's like if they had a tank or a recon up here for whatever reason, it would just be like disaster as they strike you from the forest. The ABC boosting out the infantry that went for the airport here. So this is an interesting place to put the infantry. I would usually, in this situation, I would move out to here and then put the infantry down. It's in range of this city still, assuming this guy's going for this city. And then you are 3 away from the base. So if you build another infantry, you can hop into this ABC next turn, which is just going to be some nice efficiency. Because then this guy hops into the ABC, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can drop off here, or you could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, drop off here. You could potentially pick this guy up if you weren't just going to send him over here, you know, whatever. There's lots of different ways to do it. Transports are always a little tricky though. So here, graboid just barely misses out on the comm tower interrupt, but does have the forces here. We have a very early mixed composition for this attacking force. We got recon, tank, artillery, and anti-air. So very much built for whatever comes their way. We have kind of surgical strike set up with the artillery targeting the comm tower and the recon giving vision of it. Okay, so in this case, looks like we just picked up the infantry from the mountain to go for this capture really quickly, which does delay this capture, but it's totally fine. Wanted to go for a very early capture over here. The only difference I would make, not a huge deal, but I would go here onto this HQ and then drop off here just for the 3 movement. Unless I knew that my opponent was doing something aggressive up here, then I would drop off into the forest. But otherwise, I'd like to preserve my APC to be as close to the base as possible and let the infantry walk that extra tile. Recon goes for a strike here. It does see a tank, so it's probably a dead recon. It dreamed the dream. It does delay a capture though, so as well as injuring this infantry, so it's not the end of the world. Something to keep in mind here for graboid is it could kind of look like this tank is defending this recon, but it's not, because it's fog of war. So what's going to happen is that the tank kills the recon, maybe with infantry help, and then you can't actually see that area anymore, and you can't get your tank first strike. See, now it's gone. So that's something you always got to keep in mind for fog. Similarly over here, it might look like your artillery is guarding your recon, but it's not. If graboid had tank infantry, they would just kill your recon, and then you would not have the vision to hit the tank. So in that case, I would just leave the recon in the forest and just live with the damage I did there. Because it's like, it's really risky to go for this. If if they had a tank, you could like completely lose your aggressive foothold just because the recon died. Can that get there? This can't get there. Well, yeah, the APC wants to go pick up infantry. Okay. The tank strike here. That's a very weird tank strike to go for. This is this looks a lot like a bait to me, but it would require this artillery to be like just like here or something so it could actually cover this tile. However, I don't think any player in their right mind would go for this attack. It looks so much like a trap. So yeah, Reborn just backs off. I agreed. Right. Looks like the APC is not going to drop. Okay, it does drop the infantry. Recon retreated back to its woods. Looking very good for Reborn right now. Both corners potentially falling. Although this one's going to take forever to capture. Whoa. The attack in here, covered by the artillery. Very nice. It's definitely a little gutsy. I would expect Reborn to have some... maybe like medium tanks incoming. So it's very important that the artillery remain safe and covering all the troops. Okay, now we have the tank recon coming over here to try and get this comp tower from all of the harassment. A bunch of infantry. So I do like the idea of letting these backwards infantry get the captures. The one thing I would change is you just don't want to have, in Fog of War, you just don't want to put your infantry next to these neutral or enemy cities like this, because that's just, it doesn't look like it's going to get punished this time, but that's just inviting a recon or a tank to come up, hit you from the city, ruin your capture, and also make it so you can't effectively counterattack them. It's covered by a copter here, which is pretty nice. Preserve the infantry, I like it. Yeah, don't dive in. The patience is definitely a virtue here. I would start cranking out something stronger than the tank, because this base does have a little bit of delayed reinforcement down here. So you usually want to go straight to the medium tank or even the neo tank. If you can't get the neo tank this turn, what you do is you go copter tank and then you just build an infantry here or a recon so that you have enough money next turn to build the neo. But it'll be tough if your opponent's like spamming out tanks and they're sending it over here. It's gonna be really tough to rely on just tanks to fight that off, especially if they have an artillery. Although I don't think you know that Reborn knows about that. Okay, we have an artillery coming out over here. We got tank. We have again, we have this mixed, like perfectly mixed composition to try and hold the front. So this is like really good for when you have a larger army to have a mixed composition, rather than like pure tank having artillery and anti-air and recons and all that mixed together. But when it comes to having a very small force, a mixed composition can be kind of punishing. You shouldn't skip bases. Or base skip. I wasn't saying that you base skip. I'm saying what you do is you build... You just don't build a tank. You build something else. You build like an infantry, so you float some money for the next turn to build the tech up unit. Okay, yeah, gotta save the comm tower. You don't get the roll here. copter runs in, tank runs in. So the problem here, as you're finding out, is that you really can't go aggro on the one base side until you get enough reinforcements, and especially if you're seeing so little over here. Like, the only vehicle you've seen while actively harassing this comm tower has been a single recon. So it's not like they haven't been building stuff. So they're gonna have it somewhere. So I 100% agree with sending everything down here and being like, oh my gosh, I'm about to lose these units. Potentially lose the front. I gotta reinforce en masse. And you can go with battlecopter. Here I would again, that's fine. You can go tank, and then I would just go infantry, which might be what you do. You go recon infantry. So you're spending all your money each turn, which is fine. In this case, you have 25k income, so I think it's fine to still be able to get a Neo tank next turn. But I wouldn't feel too worried about floating a little bit of money so that I can tech up for this one base and try and hold it. So it's not that you would base, it's just that you wouldn't build a recon, you'd build an infantry. You'd have 3k extra to work with. Okay, so here, yeah, everything gets beat up. Comm tower isn't fallen yet, but Graboid found the window they were really looking for. And more tanks are flooding in. Ooh, the anti-air gets a nice pick off over here as well. And this recon got hit, but that's fine. It didn't die. Injured recons are just fine. You were focused on making copters to get value on the CO power. Oh, for like more things to heal up. Andy does have really nice copters. I can't fault you for that. But you do have to be careful. Pretty much in fog with copters, it's always really risky to send them out on the front lines because almost everyone's going to have an anti-air per front. So usually you'd prefer to use copters in a punishing way. I mean, sometimes you can send them out in the front lines, but you need to accept the fact that there's a high chance that it's going to get killed. Otherwise, you use them as punishing units. So if they hit you with a tank, then you can hit that tank with a copter and then finish it off with another tank. So you take very little counterattack damage, and then your other units can kind of get in the way of stuff just killing off your copter because you're nice and with your front line. Either with your front line or behind your front line. When they charge out, then it's okay to charge out with them. You just have to keep in mind that when you're doing that, you're probably going to lose them. So you need to have that in mind and calculated as to what you're doing. So in this case, you're keeping your copter nice and safe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's out of range of the anti-air. I think it's out of range of anything that could be in the fog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess if they have an anti-air here, you'd be protected. Okay. These infantry get picked off. Down to just 4 infantry on this front. You're going to have to start being very, very restrained with them. This is going to start coming to the point where you have to just accept some losses of cities. With the idea that, like, you can, for instance, send this infantry over here to interrupt this capture, but you just lose the infantry, and you only delay the capture for a turn. Or in this case, that's not going to happen, but that would be the kind of thing you'd want to avoid doing. If you're against an overpowering force, you want to just retreat instead and have the infantry to fight with as you get reinforcements. Okay, does going for some of these captures. Looking good. Going for the comm tower capture. Very spicy. It's very understandable to sacrifice an infantry there. So you are currently really close to the super. And Graboid does have the normal power. So at this point, as Andy, if I think my opponent's units are going to be relatively stable in where they are, I would definitely start setting up a potential super strike, which might be what you're doing here. Tanks are at almost max range. And very good job by Graboid to make sure to get these 2-hit KOs. You can't let Andy's units get away with just a little bit of health. Or yeah, with a little bit of health. Gotta make sure you kill him off. Okay. Gotta kill this off. Ooh, lives at 1. So, the reason why this tank has to go in to hit this infantry is because Andy can always use the super and then capture, which would still take the city in that case. Here, I think Graboid is massively overextending. Yeah, desperately trying to get this comm tower. But if I'm Andy here, it's 100% super and charge in there. Especially since you get both comm towers here. Okay, so I would super probably right away, or at least I would super before I use this copter strike, because I would like the copter to hit a tank rather than a recon, and I have tanks that can just kill recons. And I think you don't even have to use any attacks first. So the way you want copters to first strike each tank, and then the tanks follow up the strikes to kill them off. So you can use super, and the copter can hit this tank, copter can hit this tank, copter can hit this tank, and then you can have tank kill recon with super, tank finishes off that tank. Maybe not from that side, we'll see. And then you have tank kills here, you can have tank kill here, and then I guess one tank first strikes here, and another one kills the infantry. Or maybe you just have the infantry, you kill off the infantry and have a tank kill the artillery behind. That's probably not very easy to see with just me talking about it, but... Or I guess you have the recon to go for that too. In this case, it is fine. What you're trying to do is just get your healing value. Whee! Copter kills the capping infantry. And yeah, this is the 2-hit KO I was talking about. In this situation, when you only have these 2 units, because you're not against Andy, you're against Drake, then I would have each of these guys do a shot rather than a 2-hit KO. So I'd have a tank first strike first, and then do the super, and then have the copter hit the other one. But this is also totally fine. Send in the more and more tanks. In come the copters. Oh! Never mind, you didn't use the super, you used the normal power. Oh, okay. Don't build the stealth. Okay, so the reason I get you. So you use the normal power so that when Drake uses the super, you can get some more fights afterwards, and then use the normal power to heal off the damage. I gotcha. I was wondering why this artillery lived. Yeah, it's fine. You can do that. It does mean you have a slightly worse engagement, but you do, of course, get to heal off the global damage faster. What a It's yeah, it's a nice attack in here. Make sure to kill off the infantry. So, using double Andy power, you still have to, of course, have to have some fights because the cost of your power goes up by 20% every time you use a power. So you do have to do a little bit of combat to get up to that next normal power. And the downside to doing this is that, of course, every time you use the power, the cost goes up by 20% of the base. So now the cost of the next power is a lot more expensive, or is like increasing at a much faster rate than it is for Drake. But it does heal off all of the 2 damage from the Drake super. But you can also just not use the normal power of the engagement and then have the super as the follow-up to keep the game of chicken still afoot. And the reason I wouldn't build a stealth is because against Drake, the stealth is always going to be just insanely pressured by the fuel drain. For most COs, you build a stealth and they have to react with a fighter. Drake does not have to react with a fighter against a stealth, especially on fog maps, which are just so large. As soon as you lose your APC, that's like Drake can just target down the APC rather than trying to deal with the stealth. And your stealth will just end up crashing. Which is definitely a good idea. That's why you make 2. So I'm not against this attack. The important thing is that you have infantry that can start going for captures along with this attack. If you don't have the infantry going along with the captures here, then it just becomes like a really big overextension. And you're kind of like hoping that your opponent hasn't been building counters to your pre-existing army that they've been fighting. It's pretty rare. Over here, I would go after and kill this 9 health infantry because this is on the 1 base side and you've only seen vehicles and the single infantry. So this might be their only infantry. In this case, it is their only infantry. But I would not try and like hide in these woods. I would go and try and kill this guy. Because if they have no infantry, it doesn't matter if they beat you on the front. They can't capture anything. And even if they just have like 1 less infantry, it slows down all their captures. So here Drake's going to get 2 copter kills, like so. Kill off this recon. Hurt a tank. Interrupt the capture. Interrupt the capture. Get some nice kills over here. I guess they didn't know. They don't know about this guy. This guy barely survived. Did this reach? Oh, so close. Double anti-air. And then a transport copter. Ah, they recognize. Yeah. This is very good buy. You ever notice yourself having no infantry on the front or like a single infantry? It's definitely time to get a transport copter and start boosting infantry up there very quickly. So Reborn is going to get some nice pickoffs. Killing off the infantry is good. The stealth reveals itself hitting a tank. Tank is killed off with the 1 health. So now this APC needs to be like a closely guarded secret as to its location. Because if we look at this stealth, well, it's gonna get. I assume you're gonna refuel it this turn. Okay, So now the APC has been revealed. It looks like it's nicely protected though. If the APC, like theoretically, if the APC died here, then and Drake pops the super or the normal power, then your stealth goes down to 30 fuel. It starts its turn, drains 8 fuel, going down to 22. If it tries to move 6, trying to make it back to the bases, it goes down to 16, starts its turn, drains down to 8. It very quickly crashes when Drake halves its fuel and knocks out its APC. You can hide the APC in like a forest or something and just make sure that you refuel your stealth before it hits 14 or less fuel. Because of course if it hits 14 fuel and Drake halves its fuel, it goes to 7 and he starts his turn and crashes. But it looks like it's going to be fine here. The one thing the stealths are really good at fighting off are the heavier vehicles, which is pretty good news for you. I mean, they don't hit as hard as like a bomber does against them, but they do hit the heavier vehicles rather hard. So the medium tank and the neo tank should be a little more fearful of the stealth. Okay. Looks like you're actually going to stop this comm tower capture. Like so. Yeah. Knocks it down to 3. Very nice. Finishes off the neo tank. I would prefer to build a bomber instead of a stealth. It would kill this in one shot, and the bomber will live an anti-air strike, so it also becomes a source of charge for Andy. It won't live through an anti-air strike if it gets hit by the mass damage, though. At this point, it looks like Reborn is just mopping up the game. The infantry's still on its way here. For graboid in the future, you put the transport copter here and you boost that infantry, and then you can have this next infantry hop in the transport copter and send that forward. Just to get the most movement out of your infantry as possible. A boost is when in Advanced Wars by Web, unloading is a free action. You can do it before, you can do it after moving with a transport copter. So you move here, you load the infantry in, and then you unload the infantry on the same turn, and that's considered a boost. That would mean, so the difference would be this infantry would be here, and instead there would be an infantry right here as well. I guess you could just move this infantry here, and that would be the setup you'd have instead. You can see it's making you have more than a turn more movement. You start sending the other APCs just as a measure. Yeah, it is important. In this case, I think you're far enough ahead that there's just no way they can possibly deal with the stealth. But in the future, I would be very hesitant to build a stealth against a Drake. Especially in fog maps, because fog maps are really, really big. And if the APC gets picked off, like it takes a lot to get over here. You basically need an APC with you to even make it to the front. And if the APC gets picked off and you're on the front, then the stealth can often just crash and burn. Okay. Drake desperately trying to get this comm tower. I really don't like the artillery being in front of any of these vehicles. This would be another case where you would boost. And the hey, Typhoon. Yeah, this is entering into the game of chicken with the powers. So you never this is pretty much just a GG Typhoon from what I can see here. You pretty much never want to do an end of turn Typhoon against Andy. It's always going to be a Typhoon like the start or the middle of the turn, so that's setting up some kills for you. Otherwise, Andy just heals it all off. I don't think they're amazing versus Drake. I think they're almost strictly worse than the Bomber versus Drake. Unless you're in a hugely dominating position, if you're in an equal playing field, then Drake can just outplay you. And stealths do not do enough damage for their power. It's not like in Standard. In Standard, it's a different story. Stealths have a lot more value than in Standard than they do in Fog. The hidden nature of stealths is a bigger deal in Standard than in Fog. Graboid resigns, yeah. Or graboid resigns. So very nicely played out. The artillery lock worked out very nice. You actually got the comm tower from your opponent and kept it the entire game. And then the attack over here was a little bit of an overextension, but you did have the infantry to go along with you to be threatening the captures at the same time you attacked in, which definitely worked out. The one thing is that when you started having pressure put on you over here, you kind of dove in a little too eagerly with your few vehicles before the reinforcements showed up. Yeah, your opponent never got the comm tower. Stealths are a big deal in Standard. One, because they're hidden, and that's something that's just very unique to Standard. But also because you can pressure threatening to buy them in Standard, which is something you can't do in Fog. You're welcome. In Fog, I usually buy stealths if I know I have a very large economic advantage and I kind of want to break the back of their economy. If they can't afford to build a fighter, for instance. You want to... I do not know the names of the songs they're playing, but I think if you use AHA or something like that, then it should tell you them. Unfortunately, the way that the song player works is I just have a folder filled with songs, and it's randomly playing songs from there, but it will not tell me which songs it's playing. If I can even find it. You guys see this? There you go. If the stream music is just filled with songs. There's 229 songs. Is this Shazam? I don't even know. What? I should probably try and figure out a way to use Shazam or Aha or whatever. To display the song on stream. Okay. Oh, this is this map. I think this map got taken out of rotation, right? It's a double base. It has a little bit of an awkward opener. You like go for this harbor, and then you're like fighting for your own. You're like fighting with the producing infantry to capture this other stuff. And you have to have these really awkward reinforcement routes to try and get into the center, where you have to like backtrack, go around mountains, go through forests, so it slows you down a lot. The map is gone. Yeah. Okay. So early on, your reinforcement routes are going to be really awkward, and that's going to make losing tactical fights in the center that much more impactful. Because like your response to it's so slow. But in the mid game, you often will just build a lander, and that's gonna like save you 2 to 3 turns of movement, just hopping in your lander and being unloaded straight into the center. And once that happens, as long as you have a central presence, you'll be able to shorten that reinforcement distance and actually have a much faster response to what's happening on the front lines. Just put in by Dan V5, but Coltrain is the Penguins already. So. Okay, we're moving on out. Dan V5 is not going for the harbor first. It's instead going to go for this capture chain. Same thing over here for Coltrain. I think this slows down... I don't remember if that's what slows down the tank timing or not. Anyway, it's a little bit awkward of a capture phase for sure. And we both players are playing Andy. There is an airport here, and copters are going to have a pretty nice route because they don't have to deal with this really annoying reinforcement distance. They just go straight over the water. No fear. They have to go around the pipe a little bit, but it's fine. I don't know if anyone's ever broken this pipe seam. It would be slightly faster for making it to the middle and a lot faster for defending your HQ, I guess. But it would you'd have to invest multiple turns in killing a pipe seam in the back. Which I think only Grim gets a 2-turn kill on this with an artillery without having to also spend a tank. Well, like Grim is like comp by. So maybe this pipe is for Grim tech. Okay, so we have Coltrain is deciding to focus on the tank production coming out here and just infantry over here. And the opposite is true for Dan V5 so far. Yep. Which means that they're going to have their tanks facing... They're going to have a tank front and then a pure infantry front. You can, of course, front switch through the middle here. It's a rather thin-ish middle, so it can be dominated by one player, and in which case only one person can front switch, and that person will usually win. Because they can strike one, like the weak side with a lot of forces suddenly. Okay, so this capture that Dan V5 is going for, it's the kind of capture that it's not really about the city. It's actually trying to delay Coltrain's own capture by having this infantry interrupt. I think the right play for Coltrain here is to not interrupt and go for this capture and then just take this city with like a lot of infantry. So that seems to be what they're going for. Sitting on the city. That does stop the infantry from going for the capture, and that stops the tank from sitting on it. Then we just have a tank stare off so far. I don't know if this is any worse of a capture of a reinforcement route. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you are able to get to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 2 turns to here, 2 turns to here. So this area in between both players take 3 turns to get to. So it looks like it's totally fine. Having to wrap around this mountain costs a lot of movement. The sheer cost of a stealth makes it inefficient to kill light vehicles. Yeah, it's very true. What cost of units that you see would encourage you to buy one in standard? In standard, you don't buy a stealth to counter a unit. You buy a stealth to either like hold a front or to pressure your opponent from afar by forcing them to build a fighter. Yeah, but a stealth is not like a counter unit. It's not like a bomber. I think that you should basically build a copter every single turn on this map, yeah. You think it only helps Cobalt Ice because this is the front that Adder has the HQ on? Actually, I would say you'd prefer to have your HQ be on the front that you're fighting with tanks because your opponent's going to have less infantry to possibly go for an HQ cap on you. And it gives you another place where you can heal up defensively. I mean, the HQ is kind of like a strong point until it's suddenly a weak point. This is a Sensei banned Sensei map. So some nice things to keep in mind about a stealth is that they can, especially in standard, is that they can of course win a front because they can't be hit by any of the units they're attacking, but that you can also threaten to buy a stealth and then not buy a stealth. So if you are in a if you're like 2 or 3k ahead in economy, and it's easier, it's like expensive for your opponent to keep up with you in production, you can always float enough money to buy a stealth, and now they have to float enough money to buy a fighter. And then you just don't buy a stealth, and you buy like Neotanks or something. If they don't float enough money to build a fighter, then you build a stealth. You can just threaten the stealth buy. Forces a response from your opponent, especially if at the same time you're putting pressure on an airport. Stealths won't work against you. You like your fighters. But yeah, there's never a unit I would see that I'd be like, I need to build a stealth to deal with that unit. That's just not the stealth's role. Although it does deal fine with like Neotanks. It hits them rather hard, as we saw. Okay. So we just have, looks like we have mostly just a stare off. Infantry coming down here, interrupting this capture, just out of range of these supporting infantry. And then we start having a front switch. So it's always nice to be the first person to front switch in a situation like this. Because, for one, you get to have your tanks on whatever terrain you like. Because as long as they're out of range of your opponent's tanks. And now they're threatening infantry, and your opponent's tanks have a really awkward time actually defending, right? Because if they want to follow you, they need to be on good terrain. Otherwise, you just turn and kill them. So the downside to being the first to front switch is that now they have a bunch of units on a front where you just moved units away. So if you're not properly set up on that front, you can suddenly lose that front, which I think it might be what happens here. Because these guys moved pretty far away, and Coltrain has some attacks here that are kind of scary. Okay, didn't go for that one. There was infantry plus tank plus infantry to kill this infantry, and then also be threatening an HQ cap. We do have the infantry plus tank to hit the tank. It just goes in on this infantry. Okay, and I have the copter to support. So the idea that Dan V5 went for here with this like front switch to over here and threatening that, I like it. You just have to make sure that when you're front switching away, you can't immediately get punished. Now, it's not the end of the world for Dan V5 here, because we do have tank plus tank kills tank, and then tank from city hits tank on the shoals. We'll bring in more reinforcements in the copter to counter the opposing copter. So it's not like the end of the world. Coltrain might have been able to do something that wouldn't leave them vulnerable to that kind of breakthrough so easily. Yeah, kill that, and then the breakthrough attack from the city. Bring the copter over, making sure to shield against the opposing copter. And then, yeah, retreat. Get in range of the defending tanks. Kills off that infantry. Don't need to kill off that infantry. Probably better not to. Because this just opens up a 2-hit KO on your own infantry there, while more support can come in for them. But we'll see. Infantry fights are always highly volatile, and the adder that gets the normal power first is going to have a huge advantage in the infantry fight. So it can turn on a dime. This infantry really should not move forward like this unless you're going to also try and control this city, which looks very dubious to me. Because this is looking like it was effectively trading a full health infantry for a 6 health infantry. Okay. Yeah, goodbye infantry. We knew you well. Tanks go and find some nice cities to heal from. This one's kind of front switching while doing so. No more copters being produced for a turn there. We do have, so some money was saved up. We do have 22k in the bank. To then build, okay, I was just saving up to build another copter on the next turn. Okay. So Coltrain has the first adder power. And it definitely looks like Dan V5 is setting up for an adder power attack, with all of the infantry being exactly 4 tiles out here. But if you can... So in this case, for Coltrain, just move your infantry back 1 more tile to make it really awkward for Dan V5. So you're like, sure, you can use your adder power and hit 1 infantry, But if you then put a whole bunch of infantry in range of the adder power boost, then it becomes very much worth it. Like in this case, all 4 of these guys get hit from an adder power. We'll see if Dan V5 goes for it. Looks like not. Didn't see a great way to maybe get the power, or just didn't want to use it to have that infantry strike over here. I mean, if you don't see a good use of the adder power over here, then yeah, there's no real reason to use it just for an infantry attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the copter's out of range, so you can't just jump on the copters. This looks a little bit risky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's out of 7 though. Or well, actually, well, actually it does allow the copter strike here and the tank strike to clear here, and then the copter gets to hit the copter. But I don't know if Coltrane's going to go for it. Evidently not. If Coltrain was going to use the power this turn, you'd do so before this attack, so you could attack from the mountain and then have a nice 2-hit KO. I'm not sure how devastating that attack would have been. I think you only hit the copter and kill the tank, and probably take out the infantry. You guys really should stop standing 4 tiles away from each other. Down goes that infantry. Front switch, try and kill off all of these guys. Zoom. For that capture, that's going to be a tough one to get. But yeah, this is why you don't just stand 4 away from the adder infantry. Zoom down here, just a huge front switch. Ideally, you front switch when your opponent both can't punish you, your like remaining forces, but also ideally when they just don't have enough infantry to actually start like going for any captures. So this could be very risky to do because Coltrain actually does have some infantry over here and can kind of not chase you and instead just initiate an HQ race, which would be a little awkward for sure. Okay, this anti-air looks a little bit precarious to me. I think it's going to die next turn, or at least get hit. So Coltrain is not answering with an adder power of their own, but instead is indeed starting to go for an HQ race, it looks like. These aren't actually in range of the anti-air, they're just in range of an anti-air that has a normal power active. Yeah, okay, well, if you build a rocket here, that's 100% saying it's HQ race time, and I'm going to try and rocket lock my own HQ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know why this tank is being used to do this. Usually you use the furthest back tank, so you could break through and then have the tank that can reach actually hit the anti-air. But we'll see. Maybe this tank has a special job. Nah, it's just hanging infantry. So yeah, if you just flipped the order attacking with the furthest back unit, then you get to hit the anti-air here, which is pretty nice. Standing on the HQ. Units are kind of trying to come back to fight off the HQ rush or race. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Coltrain is looking at infantry starts capture on the HQ. Time to sacrifice units to get the charge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now if Dan V5 can get the super, then some of these copters are going to be available to be used in defending this HQ. But if not, then that capture happens. This tank doesn't reach. That tank doesn't reach. This is looking very scary for Dan V5. There's going to be a lot of tanks put in front. Going to need to form like a wall here, yeah. Zoom on over. That's probably a mistake, but it does kill off one of the few units that could actually hit over here, so it might be right. The only way it would be a mistake is that's 100% mistake. Is that it's letting more units get involved, which could build up more charge for a super, and then the super lets even more units get involved with trying to save this. So you would not want to attack in here when you're going for this HQ race, because the units over here do not matter, essentially. All that matters is whether or not you get this HQ. So if you attack in here, you're just giving your opponent more charge to be used for defending their HQ. That's why you often see situations like this, and then the player just deletes all of these other units so that no charge can be gained off of them. So like, you wouldn't want to move up with this medium tank. Although, I mean, it could be good if you somehow come out equal. Like, all of these guys have to sacrifice themselves, and then you don't end up just like straight up losing off of this. Exactly. If you have a perfect HQ grab, don't give units for the enemy to get the power off of. Exactly. And especially if you're building a missile APC, then you really don't want to attack in like that. If you want to do a missile APC thing, you would delete all of your other stuff. As you can see how much charge the NV5 is able to get because of what happened over here. Now, is Sidewinder give enough to actually save this HQ? Maybe? I think the anti-air is able to hit the infantry. You'd want to go for the copter strike first and then the tank strike, just in the future. Again, you'd want to go for the copter strike first and then the tank strike. But then, yeah, comes in, anti-air interrupts. And we got 4K advantage, and the opponent also built a missile and an APC. So that's GG. There we go. I respect it. I respect moving the APC off, building another missile, and then resigning. But yeah, just let that be a lesson when you're going for these HQ caps. Pretty much everything else on the map doesn't matter. You've already sacrificed a ton of stuff just trying to block for the HQ. And you just don't want to give your opponent any charge. This is when you start showing off before you get to the end zone. You think Yellow Comet might have still gotten this? I don't think Yellow Comet could have gotten the super, because look at all the units that had to be used in breaking the HQ, and if these guys don't attack in, like, these tanks can't kill themselves off, the copter can't kill itself off. Like, the medium tank just killed these guys, which is like all the charge Dan V5 needed. But yeah, it's just something to keep in mind. And well done, Dan V5, for finding it. Did I already cover this game? Did I not delete it from the list? I think I've already covered this game, in which case I'll just go on to the next one. Yeah. Okay. I hope Forlorn. I think this is ended up by Strider555. Mr. Grace, who likes this map? A good stealth map. It's also a decent rocket map. You've seen this and the next game? I don't think I've covered this game. Stealths are good on this map, yeah. They're good because the airports are so far away from each other. But the stealth, it takes quite a while before a fighter can actually come and interrupt the stealth's mayhem. Okay, we have Vombolt versus Sasha, which is my favorite tier 1 matchup. Making sure to go for the base, I assume. There we go. This backwards capture right away, I think, lines up nicely with an APC, if I remember correctly. You can do a similar thing over here if you want. In this case, you can't 100 short of an APC, but you get the APC next turn, and that boosts your infantry to here, which lets you go for this capture. And then an APC is nice on this front because it helps deliver mechs to the mountains. Havitz doesn't like the APC opener. But anyway, that is an opener you can go for. If you're me, what you do is you go for an APC opener on both fronts. You have no fear. In this case, neither player is going for an APC opener. In fact, they're mirroring a recon opener. It's not the APC opener, Havitz. There is an APC opener on the one base side. The APC is fine on the one base side. But yes, you can do an APC opener on the 2 base side. You can do it on the 1 base side. You can even do an APC opener on both sides at the same time. We do have a Vombolt recon. So Vombolt recons, well, Vombolt's units, of course, are all 10% stronger in attack and defense. And that makes his recons really annoying because they don't take as much chip as normal recons. They're also harder to just straight up kill. Havitz doesn't believe in the 1 base APC, that's fine. Ooh, very nice find for Strider to get this hit on this infantry. I forgot to mention the losing part. I'm telling you, it's not that bad. Next to Simul. I actually have a game where I do the double APC opener, I think. Yes, you do use it to rush the airport. You use it, you get this boost, you get to rush the airport, and then you also have the really nice mech deliveries to this mountain chain. Okay. But we don't have any APCs in this game. I did, but the guy did not make recons because back in the day, people just always built tanks. I'll see if I can find that game again. I don't remember what my APC opener looked like. It might not even be a very good one. Sasha goes for a base skip double tank. I do not like this. I don't think this tank is really being forced out of Sasha, so I would prefer to go either like tank, infantry, artillery, or like tank, artillery, infantry over here. The artillery are pretty nice on this map, especially when it comes to this little mountainous region. Bomb Bolt finding another strike with this recon. This one's not as good though. It does get hit by the Sasha tank. Whoa. This is the Sasha using the one base to reinforce the double base. There we go. There's the Vomble recon privilege right there. Does get taken out. Definitely worth it though. Delayed this capture. Well, maybe not that worth it. It hurt this guy. It hurt this guy. I think the hit up here was not called for, probably. Keeping the recon around would have been nice. Yep, strike down here. I like it. So it looks like the Sasha player, Ike, is having a little bit of trouble covering all of these captures. There's lots of, this is what we call free dudes in Advanced Wars by Web, which is anytime there's an attack available, usually when talking about infantry, that isn't being covered by a vehicle, it's a free dude to attack them. And that just comes down to the coverage of your own captures. Coverage being whenever you have like this, for instance, this infantry on this city is being covered by this tank. The tank can move there and then hit anything that would have hit the infantry. Where this one was not covered, so he was a free dude. Okay, now this guy's not a free dude. It's in the same spot, but now these tanks are covering him. It's not the worst thing in the world to have your infantry, after they complete the capture, get hit. In this case over here, it looks like Ike found a free dude. This infantry was going for this capture, didn't have any protection against the recon. Okay. Very weird. So now this is covered by a tank. Although Ike can support this capture very easily with tanks of their own. And then this infantry just kind of stood here on the mountain. Okay. So Ike goes in for an interrupt here. And I don't like this interrupt because it's the one base side, it's the only infantry for this entire area, and this is not a free dude by any measure. There's a tank, there is another infantry here. So what's going to happen is you hit this guy down to 7, this infantry kills you off, and then the cap continues. So you just delay for a single turn and you lose an entire unit for it, which is not good, especially on the 1 base side, where unit count matters a lot more. If only this mech had an APC it could use to get dropped off over here in this very useful fighting area. This combat zone with all this mountainous terrain, guarding multiple properties, but sadly, Ike listened to habits and did not build an APC, and now this mech is just going to have to very slowly... If only that mech was built 5 turns. Ooh. Going for the tank for a strike here. This tank isn't actually covered by another tank, so that works out pretty decently. Okay, the only thing I would swap about this order is you usually want to have the tank strike first and then the infantry so that you can keep the infantry at full health. And at full health, you can threaten those caps at a much faster rate. 2 turns instead of 3. Yeah, that gets taken out. Very weirdly, though, the tank that was guarding this kind of left and attacked down here. This is still... It might not look it, but this is still guarded. It's guarded at a distance by this artillery. Because if this tank comes in and hits here, it's not going to kill the 7 health Von Bolt infantry. And then these 2 infantry can go here and here, trapping the tank in this spot, and then the artillery can come over and get the poor tank on the following turn. So you always got to be really careful about setups like this, especially against the edge of the map. Zeronic's got a ping out of nowhere? Who's pinging for Zeronix? Like, he's a busy guy. Zeronix, for people that don't know, is one of the... Ooh, it actually did kill the Von Bolt infantry? I did not expect that. That was a Von Bolt infantry. You're not Zeronix. So Zeronix is one of the 2 considered like best players of the recent era. The 2 being Zeronix and Voice of Akasha. Zeronix has a whole bunch of different account names. So there's Everdan was, I think, the most recent Zeronix alt that rose really high. So there's Zeronix, there's Everdan, and there's Battlecopter. Very, very good player. Not just in Advanced Wars by Web, but also the best player for Wargroove. The player that beat me up in Wargroove, in fact. When I was doing the brief little stint over there to help out with their tournament. So this is a nice setup from Strider, making sure that the artillery is guarding the vehicles and moving in here. Some of these infantry on the edges are not guarded by the artillery, but that is what it is. And I like this. It looks like there's like an open pathway to hit the artillery, but there's just nothing in range to take advantage of that. Oh no, it's okay. Yeah, Xerox has been a very busy man as of late. Ooh. So this is a tactic that you can go for. This is called overloading. So the artillery has two different targets, the tank and the artillery. And the idea is that whichever one it hits, the other one hits you. Usually you do this with two different artillery. So you go like artillery here, and you just win the artillery war that way. This is a very different way of trying to go about this, but it would still work out, because if the artillery shoots this artillery, then you move the artillery back and heal, and these two infantry kill this guy, and then the tank can hit the artillery. So I managed to climb to the top of the fog ladder in the month when I joined up, and has the overall skill level of the community gone up? Yes. The overall skill level has definitely gone up. I was at the top of the fog ladder, and I don't think I played very well, even getting to the top of the fog ladder. I was active at the same time that Everdan was active, and Everdan just wasn't playing quite as fast as I was. So in the two games I played against Everdan and Xeronix, it's the same person. The two games I played against Xeronix, I was absolutely crushed. It wasn't even close. But he just didn't have the time to play as many games as me, even though I was only playing 7 at the time. Back then I played really fast. I would say I was like about as good as Degis and Comp-By at that time. We were kind of all in the same rival group. Ooh, this is pretty interesting. So splitting the forces, trying to have enough stuff down here to hold down the one base side versus the two base side. But now I think I know I've gotten a lot better, and I think a lot of other people have also gotten a lot better. Seven at a time is, yeah, that was my go-to with 7 games. With the max being 25, 7 is relatively modest. Okay. You guys might know Xeronix from some of the maps he's made. I think the one that people might know him by is Dragons in the Dark. A map that's got like... it's like encircled by a ring of shoals and then a ring of forests. That was made by Xeronix. This map was made by Voice of Akasha. Okay, so this is looking very good for Strider. The one base side for Ike has kind of been shut down. Well, it's just a big old brawl with not very many teched up units yet for the bottom here, and we don't have a market crash used, surprisingly. Now, I don't think there's a risk yet of Von Bolt getting a super, but I don't think... really trying to get that roll. I don't think that Sasha has enough money to actually drain all of Von Bolt's charge pool right now. What? Not quite sure why this artillery is running away. There's definitely some nice targets to shoot. Okay. Anti-air is in range of this tank. I guess it's covered by the artillery. Trying to bait him in. We have a medium tank to answer the Sasha medium tank. Sasha is ahead by 1 property right now, but unit value wise isn't doing super hot. You learned of both myself and Zerotics from the War Groove tourney. You just got to watch me get crushed by Zerotics. I would be amazed if War Bonds got used here. I personally think that War Bonds is a trash super. Okay, we're attacking in here. There's like no reason to not use Market Crash at the start of this turn because you're full charge, and it's not like you're going to be able to drain all of Von Bolt's charge anyway. So you can Market Crash this turn and then Market Crash on the next turn. I do like the tech ups here. Oh my gosh, I don't know what Sasha's doing, just playing with so much fire. Letting Von Bolt have only 3 bars to go for the super seems really risky to me. If I'm Von Bolt, I'll go for some negative attacks in order to get that super off. Because I don't think that Sasha is going to be able to keep up with like anti-air attack tank, I guess. For the medium tank strike, yeah. Needs 50 more charge. Well, I think we can find that. I'm not sure where it's going to hit. Probably right over here. Actually, yeah, right over this even brutal. Hits the anti-air. Ex Machina. Yep, right there. Yeah. That is pretty much GG. Don't know why Sasha never used a Market Crash. It does get the captures up here. But yeah, these units are all going to die. Ugh. Ending the turn behind 30k in value. These captures start getting taken. Medium tank is taken out. Down goes the artillery. Down goes the tank. Infantry, and then the copter can fly in and hit this medium tank, and then the medium tank is taken out by the tank. Some of these captures have already started, and then Strider just runs up here, tries to trap in the copter. It can get away. But yeah, just front switch out of the middle. I mean, the middle's pretty much already won thanks to the super. War Bonds? I don't know if the Sasha's just going for a no power challenge or something. But it's definitely hurting them. Double Neo Tank. Strider should probably build a bomber. This copter just stood here. It's very weird. We're gonna try and rely on artillery to fight off the Neo tanks, which will work for a bit. For sure, just gonna go with copters. I would definitely build a bomber. Deal with some Neo tank pressure. It'll probably end the game almost immediately. Sasha still hasn't used a power at all. We just have lots of Neo tanks coming out. Cities be fallen. Copters surrounded. Try and kill off the Neo tank. It does barely survive. because they're beefy. But yeah, now these infantry can be picked off because it was the Neo tank that was defending them. And we have the artillery in range to try and punish the anti-air that comes in to kill the copter. Looks like Strider's going to go for a stealth. That also works. As I was saying, they do hit Neo tanks pretty hard. Not as hard as the bomber does, but I mean, it's going to be tough for Ike to really afford a fighter when having to fight this whole army, and the fighter gets built way over here. Rip mech, if only they had an APC. Exactly. Other way. There's the resign, yeah. Never used a power. 0 normal power, 0 super. So Sasha versus Von Bolt. Sasha can basically stop Von Bolt from ever using the super. And you kind of have to. If Von Bolt ever uses the super, then you can lose the game, like we saw. We do have the stealth. I'm sure Mr. Green Zoo is very happy about that. I think I'm going to quickly check to see if this was the game I did a double APC on. I think it is. Fun fact, I'm pretty sure this was my first time ever playing Javier. Did I do double APC on this game? If so, I don't even know if I did it well. This is back during like my first games ever playing Standard. Might have been my first time ever playing this map, so if I went for double APC, I was gutsy. Hey, we got the boost. What does Destroyer of Doom? Destroyer of Doom answers APC. Yes. Yes, the double APC. Like a champ. And then go for the airport. Yeah. Also get to rush the middle. I think this is looking fine. Admittedly, there isn't a recon that I'm trying to fend off. Go for that capture, and then I have the tank to answer the tank. Boost down to there to pick this guy up. But this, I don't know, Habits. I think this is fine. Admittedly, I am against another APC, though. So I'm kind of getting to do whatever transport shenanigans I want to. With no punish. Living the high life. Be boosting to go for that capture. Oh my gosh. Why'd I go there? Probably had a reason. Oh, I see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see. I'm protecting my capture. So this tank can't hit this capture out of range of my own tank. Because it can't hit from here, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The forest slows it down, and it can't hit here because the APC's in the way. Yeah. It's like I knew what I was doing. So proud. Alright, we can go pretty quick. Hit my poor APC. Now APCs are nice because they don't die in one hit from anything at the basic level. It takes a medium tank to one shot an APC, unless you're talking about like max with comm tower or something. Then I think I come back here, boost onto the mountain maybe, and then get a mech. Go for the copter right away, of course. I did boost for this, so having the airport online will kind of sure up this one base side very nicely. I think I had dreams or aspirations of taking this comm tower and then having the double comm tower Javier. I don't think that ever came to fruition. So I'm completing this capture. Nowadays I would probably kill off the infantry rather than continuing the capture. But it's fine. Yeah, no, this is also fine, yeah. It doesn't put a lot of pressure on Destroyer of Doom to stop this. It would take the tank strike, which would be absolutely awful. It is a tank strike covered by an artillery, but I'm Javier. Hey, we get the boost. Do I get a mech? And we get a mech! Look at that! Okay. I do get this capture off of this. Just for my tank here. Recon to the center. Lots of infantry moving in on the poor one base side. I just attack into the artillery. No fear. Hey, we have the mech covering very nicely from this mountain. Go for that capture. Attack the ABC. If you tag it one time, then well, if you tag it 2 times, I think it's guaranteed to die to a tank strike. If you tag it 1 time, you have a chance to kill it with a tank strike. Depending on the terrain, of course. So oftentimes, it's very much worth it to just have some pot shots thrown at transports when you can. Oh, I lost the 1 health war. I'm taking a lot of infantry hits over here. That's probably a mistake to continue going in there. That is 100% a mistake. Because I have mech on the mountains. Yeah. I probably win right here. I'm seeing copter plus mech, and then I can cover the city. Yeah. That is GG. I assume. Must have comm towers. I wanted that comm tower. I did not get it. These tanks are moving in, but there's no infantry in range to actually capture anything. Destroyer of Doom just backs off. I guess it does just equalize the economy. So I'm not like super winning, but I think at this point I can just press in and yeah, attack at will. Go for the central city. Enjoy those nice 30-30 Javier stats. Okay, yeah. A wall foretold. Recon would have destroyed my APC opener and game. Maybe it would have. Maybe it would have. I'm a greedy bird after your own heart. Yeah. Okay. Not that one. Why did it jump to that one? Literally the... It's the exact opposite end of the list. I have not shilled. I do have a Patreon if you would like to support the stream. I do appreciate it. Ah. Okay. We've got Starflash versus SaucySells. I'm not going to show the Starflash vs. Voice of Akasha game without Starflash's permission. That was an earlier Starflash. As you saw, that was the first game in my records, date-wise, of a Starflash game. Okay. So it looks like a very similar opening as last time. Starflash is going for an APC. Fancy. I mean, APC immediately makes me think mechs. Just, if this mountain was here instead of here, I would like this so much more. I guess you do get the boost from the harbor. Drop off here. A little bit better. That's a mistake. That's no. Unless it's heading down here. So the idea is that it goes here to go for this city. This one goes for this city. Well, so you can go here, drop off the infantry here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. They go for that city. And then if you're here, you can build another infantry and hop in the APC and get moved off somewhere else. If you go here, you can no longer pick up an infantry from the base. Which makes you think that Starflash is just going to build a tank to try and match this other tank. That is exactly what happens. In which case, I think this guy goes down here. I had double match. I got matched twice on this map, but I did draw the games because I just did not have the time. So I owe Nanova a game, I owe Starflash a game, and I owe Arya a game. But Arya was on a different map. Yeah, you can just DM me the replay on Discord. You can also, if you join the Patreon, there's a replay channel to submit games. Okay, let's see if this APC ends up doing more stuff. Okay, it picks up an infantry from here. Comes down here, drops off here. This seems very dubious to me. Guess it's contesting this infantry. It's still going for the same capture, which is this one. I guess it could go for this capture, but it's mighty dangerous. SaucySells has double tank on this side against double tank APC, and then we have tank artillery against single tank so far. Starflash, I don't think has gotten an economic advantage yet. I guess this central city Starflash has a turn ahead thanks to the APC. I feel like it would have been better to just build the tanks a little bit turns later and had the double boost right away. Get the first strike from this tank covered by another tank. Starflash's own tank is not here in time. SaucySells does get the copter. The Addercopters will have that movement advantage over the Jake ones, but now we have a huge problem for Starflash in that this city was captured really quickly, but it's currently looking like it might get overwhelmed. Which is like the nightmare scenario, is that you spend money on a transport to go for a forward city, and then you just lose the city. But we'll see. We do get the nice repairs here for this tank. We have an infantry stare off for this city. SaucySells does retreat away from this fight, bringing the artillery up. Okay, so the city isn't going to fall, at least not yet. SaucySells does back off, but also gets the central city as well. So no major advantage. We do have a kill off of this infantry. This is covered by a tank. Also attacks in here. Goes off. Ooh. Starflash just be going in. Finding those kills. Does manage to cover the city, which is very important. So that SaucySells doesn't get to attack from it. But also has the copter coverage, so it probably would be fine either way. And now Starflash has a pretty nice unit count lead due to those attacks. SaucySells brings in a copter of their own, and they have an anti-air, but it's not quite in range. Tank comes in for the first strike. Tank comes in for a first strike. Sadly has to attack from the road. Still gets 5-7, which isn't the end of the world. And we have the artillery come forward. Really awkward for the artillery to go here. I guess its idea is to just protect the city, because it's not protecting the tanks. I guess the tanks are protected by their own tank buddies. And this way the anti-air does cover the artillery. SaucySells actually has a 1k lead, just because of this city. Okay. The tank first strike. Copter comes in for the tank. Out of range of this anti-air. Infantry kill off both of these tanks, which definitely hurts. There is a copter first strike, but there isn't a copter first strike from the planes. So while it hurts, it's not getting that extra firepower boost. And there is a copter chain here, although anti-airs can kind of end copter chains. Ooh, we have a nice ABC brought in to kind of form a wall. Very fancy little boost. This tank can still come over and kill off a tank, though. Okay. Kill off some infantry. We do kill off a tank. Leaving a city to be struck from, it's a little risky. It is your city, though, so it's not like they're going to regenerate off of it, or repair off of it. And then we have the copter strike, I assume covered by an anti-air, to make sure that the copter chain does not go awry. It's a little bit risky, though, because... Oh, no, okay. I was going to say it's going to be risky because the tanks can form a wall to stop the anti-air over there. There's the tank here to bust through. So the copter is killed off. The artillery gets tagged. The artillery gets tagged again. And then these infantry get attacked. This is looking not so bad for SaucySells, though, because Oh, that's a bad play. So that just gives this copter a target. You don't really want to trade a 3 Sidewinder after all the vehicles have moved? Okay. Some infantry strikes. Go for a capture. Alright, APC runs back. I mean, that did kill off some infantry. I don't like this Sidewinder. I don't think the Adder Super was very good there. So the Jake Super is almost online. Oh, I see. The idea is that you can't reach the anti-air anymore. I see. Or you can't reach the copter with the anti-air anymore. That is very fancy. Do get the block rock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it doesn't wrap around. Does get the tank strike. Does get the tank strike. Just comes up and stops the the capture there. Okay, so that was a very fancy little block that Starflash ended up going for. It did take an entire super to go for that, though. But we'll see if that pays off. So this copter is not currently covering this copter. Unit count is slightly in Starflash's favor. Pretty much all in regards to infantry, though. You have copter tank strike. This is a tank with a power boost, though, so it does have some extra defense there. Goes for an attack on the anti-air, still blocking with this APC very nicely. And Starflash does have a 1k lead right now. But these units are definitely overextending into the copter reinforcements. If it gets killed off, more copters get built. Comes the tank, the hit there, which is going to release this copter to either go for copter on copter strikes or to help break through over here. Down goes that infantry. Anti-air goes back to heal. Tank runs away. Go for this capture. Go for that capture. A lot of pressure that SaucySells is putting on Starflash right now, and I assume we're just going to go for a copter on copter strike. Not from the plains, from the shoal. Okay. Is that because it's easier to defend that tile, I guess? It is a lot easier because this is a forest here. Not the ABC. Yeah. So we have the side slip. This is usually more what Adder goes for rather than the Sidewinder. I think Starflash was just seeing a very fancy play with the Sidewinder last time, but usually you go for multiple side slips. The normal power of Adder for only +1 movement. Then you also get that +10 stats. Copter goes up here to interrupt this capture. If the tank strikes the tank, infantry finishes it off. Infantry finishes off. No, it doesn't. It goes after the infantry instead. The copter finishes off the tank. Goes for the interrupt. I think SaucySells can chase this down, though, which is not what you want. You can kind of see the especially for Adder, you're going to want to just copter spam every turn. The bad thing that's going on for Starflash is this is base light, so to go To go copter, tank, infantry, it only costs 17k. So that's pretty much the build that Starflash is building all the time at 19k income. But SaucySells has 17k, so can keep up with the same kind of build at this point. No fear of falling behind. And just like every 4 turns or so, Starflash is able to build tank copter. ABC is living at 2. Yeah, we got tank, copter, infantry. Now, SaucySells is not going to be able to afford tank, copter, infantry next turn because this tank is being repaired. Unless Starflash kills this tank, in which case, no problems. Got some copter first strikes. They're very nice. They are covered by an anti-air, but taking out 2 copters for a copter is a very nice trade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this does... Actually, tank can even strike from the planes if it wants to. Oh, never mind. The tank gets hit. But it's also covered by this tank with the Jake Super. Okay, so we'll see if Jake can either eliminate all the copters and then have his own copters fight the rest of Adder's army, or can kill off these tanks and have the anti-airs freely chase down these copters. Either or, and then Jake is nice and happy. So it looks like we aren't going to be able to get a block rock. This I don't agree with. This is just trying to get the tank kill. But I think it's better to just retreat. Either retreat and heal up this tank, or go over here and hit this infantry and heal up here and just let this tank take the first strike and knock this guy down to 1 or something. It's not like you're fighting Andy. You can let Adder have a 1 health tank and not be absolutely terrified. Yeah, I'm surprised that Starflash isn't building any mechs. Ooh, that's a nice find. It's out of range of the anti-air, it's out of range of the copter. But it does look like Starflash is getting pushed out of the middle now. Oh, there we go. There we have the mech. Adder has... Starflash has set himself up to use a power next turn. There was no reason to have to set the... I don't think he had to set himself up like that. Yeah, I mean, this is probably a mistake. Just have the tank go here instead of onto the city, and then put the APC on the city. I guess he doesn't want to pay the repair costs, but the APC's at 10 fuel, so it's going to have to refuel anyway. Now it's down to 8 fuel. It'll be very embarrassing if the APC runs out of fuel. It just sits there stranded, handing fuel out to everyone else. Okay. Tank falls back. AA moves out. A tank strike that is safe. We have the tank strike over here, covered by... Tank goes down. Covered by an anti-air. At this point, Starflash is really low on tanks. 3 tanks versus 6. But then 5 copters versus 3 copters and 2 anti-airs. One of the copters is at 1, though. One of these tanks is also at 1. More anti-airs. No fear, in come the copters attacking these tanks. This is another overload situation. There's just 1 anti-air here, so once you've already dedicated 1 copter that's going to die to it, you can just send in all the other ones and you don't get punished any harder. So in this case, it's going to be a copter for 2 tanks, an 8 health and a 9 health tank for a full health copter. So slightly in the favor of Adder, but value-wise, but vastly in the favor for Adder unit count-wise. It's trading an airport unit for 2 base units. Okay, so we haven't seen any infantry being built from SaucySells for a while here, so if Starflash is able to kill off these infantry, he'll pretty much secure his income lead forever. And SaucySells needs to be very careful with these remaining infantry, since every turn is being tank anti-air pretty much. You have double mech. Adder power, the tank does reach this anti-air. Oh no. Starflash does need to keep in mind that Block Rock is going to be available. Making sure to put a lot of pressure on SaucySells. Hit this anti-air, kill it off. Okay. It's always risky to go for those kill-offs with infantry because anti-airs are very resistant to infantry fire. It's not like the worst thing in the world if that lived at 1 though. Starflash is ahead by 6 units and 30k, but we do have the Block Rock, which is going to enable a lot of strikes and a lot of damage for SaucySells. And SaucySells also equalizes the economy right there. But these captures are also being threatened at the same time. We'll see if SaucySells is able to protect either of these. So far, it looks like the investment is being put more on killing units, which I can probably agree with. If you can kill off the units and you still have some infantry left, you can take these cities later anyway. Decides to attack from the city rather than from the plains here? Is that because of this copter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess it's because of the copter. It doesn't want to be in range of this without a power. Ooh. Decides to dive in on this mech. That seems like a mistake to me. Because it's a 4-7 trade, which means if this mech wants to, it can sacrifice itself into you, and it probably will, to knock you down to 4, maybe 3. And then this tank and just the copters can get you. So I think this AA would have been a lot happier not charging forward. We do have the side slip from Starflash. Yeah, knock down to 4. And then tank and then copter kills it. This tank is taken out. The remaining copters. The mech gets placed to try and get in the way. And these copters dive in over here, and this is only possible because this anti-air dove in on that mech. So if it hadn't done that, then it would have been able to ward off the copters pretty effectively. Starflash very aware of the scarcity of infantry right now. Baselight always has this problem. Another kill on the anti-air with an infantry. It killed the mech, killed the copter. Starflash is almost threatening an HQ cap. Kill off that infantry. Kill off that infantry. Tank goes and heals. I don't know if SaucySells quite recognizes the danger of the infantry counts at this point. Oh, definitely doesn't recognize the danger of the infantry counts. Oh no. Okay, has now built an infantry. Copter is taken out. This one gets away. Starflash attacks in here, takes out this infantry. There's now no infantry on the entire left side of the map for SaucySells, which means that Starflash doesn't actually have to worry about trying to control this area at all. Can completely retreat. It doesn't even matter how, like, unless these units are standing on your base, they can't do anything other than kill stuff, of course. They can't take any of your stuff. More copter strikes. Seems maybe a little weird. I guess this copter's gonna hit this, kill it off, and then you only have a 4 health copter that's threatening you, and that's not so bad. Okay, never mind. Decide to fight here. And take the strike here. So Starflash is enjoying a nice 2k lead in income, which is going to enable more infantry, which is very quickly going to become the most important unit. Wow. The 6 health infantry got... That must have been like minimum health 2 HP copter. Yeah, ABC was horrible early, but it's the hero now. Yeah, the unit value is going to be equal because infantry costs so little. So, Starflash is ahead in units, but most of that's infantry for what's making up for that difference. I think this copter just didn't move. Very weird. It's a monster roll indeed. Copter gets hit, lives at 1. Okay, well, you can't fault this copter for not moving. It held the city and didn't die. Yeah, Starflash really wishes he had a lander right now. Ooh, it's a tank engagement from SaucySells. Keeping the anti-airs back this time. I mean, I think you would have probably won the middle, or won like this property, maybe this one, if the anti-air hadn't rushed in and hit that mech on the mountain. So it's good to know that SaucySells has learned. It's now keeping the anti-airs a little bit further back, out of range of a boost from Starflash. Starflash does hit the tank. It is covered by an anti-air. This is like the sacred city for SaucySells. Anything on that city never dies. Ooh, trying to get some captures over here. Very sneaky. Does SaucySells go in with this anti-air? So the problem is that you send the anti-air in and you kill a copter when there's 5, and then you die to tanks. And then you just don't have an anti-air. But if you don't go in with the anti-air, you're like, why on earth did I put my tank on that city? So it is a case of, why on earth did I put my tank on that city? I guess it was just to delay the capture for another turn? To lose a whole vehicle, or most of a vehicle over it, is expensive. Okay. They're building up. These build-ups probably favor Jake, because the Jake super is stronger than the Adder super. I mean, the copters don't get a movement boost, but that firepower boost is no joke. to go along with the movement boost that the vehicles get. Ah. It's looking like Starflash is somewhat threatening to do an HQ race. Usually when you're winning, you don't want to do HQ races. It's a max roll. Because it takes you from a winning position to maybe a losing position. And that's a downgrade. If you're losing and someone offers you an HQ race, you take the HQ race. When was a medium tank built? Looks like it was built last year. Jake medium tank. It's going to be able to one-shot these tanks on the block rock turn. Have the side slip, I assume, for all of these copters to slam into the front lines. Are they front switching? I guess we'll find out. Down they go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So with block rock, this does cover. Okay, looks like Starflash is initiating. Never mind, Starflash is not initiating the HQ cap. I feel like the HQ cap would have worked. Would that not have worked? Hit here, hit here, hit here. Wall. I guess it doesn't work because... No, it works. The block rock medium tank can't kill your tank on the plains because it's attacking from shoals. What? Oh, it's the normal power. Oh, it's not the super. Oh, that would be why. For some reason, I thought I used the super, but no, you didn't have the charge. You've gotten the super? How much does he need? Oh, he needs a lot. Yeah, he used a lot of powers. I don't know why I thought it was the super, but I thought it was the super. So yeah, just sacrificing tanks and stuff over here isn't gonna be enough. Yeah, legal. Yeah, it almost costs as much as Eagle's power or super to use the adder super at this point. Hey, we have the classic I'm gonna build a rocket to go for the... It's like deja vu. And we have the block rock. Hit here. Medium tank hits. Medium tank didn't kill? Wow. It doesn't super matter. Anti-air strikes over here. Attack over there. Sure, sure. Kill off the tank. He actually gets to hit the anti-air. Kill off this infantry. Probably need to have these units moving down here, but maybe it just doesn't matter. Okay. Another anti-air. So it looks to me like Starflash can win this HQ race. Off the tank. Goes for the capture. Yeah. Just get in the way. Okay, yeah. That looks like Starflash wins that. Although SaucySells is doing a pretty good job of threatening it to themselves. So it is an HQ cap that Starflash wins by a turn. GG. I think initiating that unless Starflash had that calculated out really well, usually initiating an HQ race is just so dangerous to do when you're actually ahead. But well played. I think SaucySells probably had it if they hadn't gone for that mech strike, just diving in a little too deep there. You really got to see the how well you can overload units like that. Got BestMike versus Cannon Fodder. You did? Indeed you did. That'll have to happen on Friday. I don't know who this is sent in. It's either BestMike or Cannon Fodder. I think they both send in games, so I'll assume it's Cannon Fodder. You played this map completely differently. It's true. There's no Sammy. We had seen a lot of Sammys on this map. But this time we have a Rachel versus a Kindle. You found the BestMike. We've covered this map a few times. It's very risky to engage in the early infantry fights down here with the one base. You just kind of run out of units. Although for Kindle against Rachel, you can probably get away with it a little bit better because you just have a really good day-to-day for fighting on urban terrain. Whoa, BestMike with the forward capture followed up by the day 3 recon. So this, I would 100% agree with this buy if you were against like Sammy, but Cannon Fodder here is playing Rachel, and Rachel is not gonna try and fight these forward infantry of Kindles on these doubles terrain. Instead, they'll just go for these nice other captures, and then once there's some vehicles backing them up, then they go and take these properties. So I don't like this this recon buy from BestMike purely due to the CO matchup, making it less effective. I do like the artillery from Cannon Fodder here. Breaking this pipe seems a big deal. You also have really strong forests for your artillery to use. Get the BestMike recon. It's now going to have to move. If it moves off into the center, it's going to have a much happier time because that's where Cannon Fodder is going to end up sending all of these infantry, because Rachel really doesn't want to fight Kindle on this urban terrain. And you might think like, oh my gosh, BestMike's getting both comm towers. It's going to have like a huge advantage. But there's no fighting happening right now. There's no like standing armies. So the comm towers don't really matter. You don't play Fog enough to know the recon timings. Yeah, day 3 is the early recon, or it's like the standard early recon. Day 2 is the, like, you better have a master plan because you had to base skip to get that recon. Yeah, when weak, be elusive. Exactly. Yeah, there's tons of nice back caps. Definitely, if you're against someone who can beat you up on these terrains, you just go for all of the other captures, and then you build vehicles, and then you just take these. Both of these captures that BestMike just went for on these comm towers, they don't give any money. So if cannon fodder is capturing stuff at the same rate that BestMike is, then cannon fodder is going to be up 2,000 income by day 6. I think this infantry was definitely asking to get hit by that recon, though. So you have to be... Okay. So... This is some nice fog. Well, I guess it's fine. Some nice fog stuff. You need to check the vision range of the recon, and that can determine how you're going to move. So you can move onto this mountain, you can be hit by the recon. You can move here and you don't get hit by the recon, you're still in range of the city. But in this case, it's okay, because there's a tank covering. So if the recon hits the mountain, you don't really care. I would probably send more infantry off into the middle, but it's not like I'm upset about this. Getting the build-up going. The artillery has just moved here. It hasn't started firing at the pipe seam yet. We have the mechs coming out from Kindle. So BestMike is 100% expecting a fight here. Like an immediate fight there, which is just not going to happen. Do we hit the pipe seam? We have the artillery. Artillery is what you're going to use to shut down this base, so very nice. And we have the tank covering the middle. I like it. Okay, the pipe seam gets shot. Get the recon over here to provide some vision. Nice and slow. Yeah, no reason to leave the comfort of this little base against Kindle. Now, the Rachel missiles are going to have a lot of infantry to hit on this map. So we'll see how that plays out. But as is, cannon fodder is doing a really good job of just going for the captures and avoiding confrontation. As the artillery threatening down this recon so it can no longer provide vision. Kindle should really do the same thing. Kindle gets to one-shot it from the city, thanks to being, well, Kindle. Whoa, do not do this if you are the one base side. You do not want to attack into these infantry, even if you are Kindle. No backup, the recon's left. Even if you get like a positive trade out of this, it's not going to be worthwhile, because this base just builds infantry and nothing else. And then this base is going to have to build vehicles to hold off against this base that's also building vehicles, and you just won't be able to ever replace your infantry. This poor guy gets caught. Oh no, indeed. A free dude that's not really a free dude, yeah. This was a free dude. Or it's not really, no, it's not. Because you break the pipe seam. Oh! Tank strike. That is something you always have to check in Fog. You just need to periodically be checking the health of these pipe seams. Whee! The pipe seam's destroyed. It'll be updated at the end of the turn. Okay, at this point, I would attack. If I see this one base side... Okay. If I see this one base side move these foot soldiers forward, that's like, I'm like, yes, now is the time. We go, we attack. I would go mech on the mountain, strikes this infantry, infantry strikes here, infantry strikes here, infantry goes over here and strikes, and then I'd have the 5 health go back and heal on this city. I'd have this guy hit this infantry, I'd have you go heal in the city, and I'd start bringing the tanks over. It kills off this infantry, interrupts this capture, and then there's just a vulnerable mech standing around. It's like the moment to go. But it's okay to fall back to. I mean, these guys might overextend again. As Rachel, I would 100% put injured infantry on these cities. It's so inexpensive to repair infantry, and this normally takes someone 3 turns to heal up. But for Rachel, it only takes 2. Kindle starts moving forward. Very important not to jump on this. Had the good interrupt over there. Okay, these guys are still hanging out over here, so I get now will be the time that BestMike attack or cannon fodder attacks. I think. It's just waiting for the tanks, maybe. Kill off the recon. Go for the backward captures. So then we move forward. We have the copter, another copter, and in comes the tanks. Strike the mech. Quite have the setup to kill the mech. That's okay. Kill off the infantry. Bring the tanks over. No worries. As Rachel, you can as Rachel, you're almost like Andy. As long as your units live, you can repair them very quickly. It costs cash, but it's, I mean, cash that's spent on the front lines. It's almost Hachi style in how effective it is. Hey, Lucille. His artillery's in the pipe seam. Alright, so BestMike has started this attack. Now, the problem with this attack is there isn't an artillery with it, and you kind of need the artillery to shut down this base. It's also going to be tough because this pipe seam's broken, so the vehicles can actually support the base effectively, rather than just getting locked down in the choke point. Okay, infantry goes down. At this point, cannon fodder just gets to start taking these properties, as well as killing off these units. There we go. That goes down. That guy goes down. Start capturing. Tank kills infantry. Very, very happy days for cannon fodder. The power of patience. I say as cannon fodder attacks in with an infantry here. Okay, killed off the recon. We have a strike there, strike the mech. I'd probably strike the mech with the full health infantry, but that's okay. Another artillery, got double copters. Don't think this tank has a job anymore, which is a little awkward. The Urban Blight, which is going to slow down these captures by a turn. It also hits. It also hits the Black Boat, which is something that Kindle has a nice advantage on for these fog maps. Attacking that poor artillery. As you can kind of brawl for a while, and then like after 2 Urban Blights, this is down to 4, and it's very easy to kill. Now, something that Kindle needs to keep in mind is that Rachel is starting to approach that super. And Rachel super loves grouped up units. The pipe seam was broken, so BestMike is going to be able to have a much more effective defense of this one base for now. And our artillery makes it into some nice trees to hide out in. Build a tank. Bring the copter over here. There should be... Yeah, I was going to say, there should probably be an anti-air build. Because they're going to use, much like how you're using your airport, the opponent will as well. Copter comes in, does stop that capture. Gets a strike. Killed a 5 health tank. Probably should have gone after the 9 health tank. I mean, the artillery is right here. Ooh, oh no. So, it is a juicy swing. But that anti-air was doing something. It was warding off copters. I'm surprised it did 6 damage though. Oh, it's because of the double comp tower. Okay. So there's going to be a Rachel super next turn, and BestMike needs to play around it. This is not playing around it. If the infantry missile is going to hit right here at the exact movement range of this mech. And you can see that's going to do a lot of damage. They did get bunched up even tighter. It's almost perfect. This just needs 3 more. Like if this tank moves over here, for instance. It moved over here. Okay. The Campfire is going to have a very, very good Rachel super. Yeah, definitely target down the anti-air. By anti-air. By infantry. By infantry. Probably shouldn't be on the city, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. I think I'd prefer to hit the copter from over here so that I don't have... not giving Kindle a strike from the city. Hit my copter. Bam. How much do you need? 250 more. And there it is. Okay, this is all hit here. Oh! This is disgusting. How much did that do? Like 40,000? That was like 30,000. It was like it's like everything on the front lines. This tank did escape the mayhem. There will actually be a nice Kindle strike from here. But yeah, pretty much the entire front lines of BestMike's attack on the one base just got absolutely demolished. Which is really nasty. The 1 health mechs showing off that they got hit by so many missiles. Urban Blight happens before or after this strike, which is unfortunate. Copter kills off copter, copter kills off copter. Okay. This anti-air is going to prove very valuable. So many 1 health units. Okay. Lives at 1, lives at 3. Ooh, that actually lives. I guess the infantry will just finish off. Okay, now it's just really important that this city gets covered up. So that the tank, so the tank can't just kill the anti-air in 1 hit. Blam, kablam. And the tank. Get the nice Rachel heals here. We got 23k. I would expect to see a medium tank probably. Just a regular tank, no fear. To get more copters. Okay. This artillery is very much enjoying this forest, and there isn't really that much threatening it currently. There's just an anti-air that's got better things to do. BestMike going for that capture with his 1 health infantry. It'll take a little while. Keeps fighting. These copters should really fall back. I mean, there's been the anti-air here. Oh, we have the bomber introduced. And the bomber can one-shot this black boat, but there isn't actually an infantry currently in range to follow that up. Going together. Move on to the forest. Alright. Kills off the copter. Gotta build another anti-air now. Debatably, it should have been built last turn. Yeah, the games where one side is winning until they play a little too hard into a superpower. Yeah. You gotta be careful. Advanced Wars by Web has a comeback mechanic. You have to play around it, or it'll smack you. Nice attack over here, hitting this anti-air. It's a good target. The bomber kills the anti-air, also very nice. The infantry revealing itself here is a little dangerous. It's for sure going to be targeted down. Okay. Very dangerous to do for one health unit attacks. Back retreats. Somehow this city has still not been claimed by BestMike. We do have another Rachel super coming in. No, we don't. Cannon fodder going for the lucky last, trying to get the base kill, I guess. Don't think a lucky last was needed for that. That's okay. Hey, lucky last kills the tank. Lucky last kills the anti-air. Doing lucky last things. Hits the infantry for a lot. Hits a tank for a lot. Finishes off the tank. It's the infantry for... Wow, you were just getting... You have a very... Rachel is a very lucky lass. That's what we are learning. That wasn't a huge roll, though. Knocked down to 1. Killed off with the 1 health mech. Dang. You moved AA to HQ in fear of the cap. Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. There's a fighter you approve. With the Urban Blight. Now, Rachel somewhat counters Urban Blight, because all of her units that can repair will heal back up to full instead of to 9, which is a very big deal. You really don't want to have injured units. Down goes the artillery. Bomber to the rescue. Defending the 1 base. Now, I'm not sure if the lucky last was really a great call in comparison to just using the super, but at least it was a lucky last instead of some of the unlucky ones that you can end up getting. Now, there is sadly not an anti-air with this, so If there was an anti-air with this, you could kill off a copter and then just surround the bomber as the fighter comes in. That's okay. Looks like both one bases are going to survive, which is absolutely wild. But BestMike is... Well, BestMike is ahead by 1k for now. But has definitely been struggling a little bit ever since the missiles just completely clobbered the attacking force here. And now it's going to give up on trying to take the one base. I mean, the one base is very well defended by cannon fodder here. And down goes the bomber. Whenever the fighter decides it wants to kill the bomber, it can go kill the bomber. Not quite sure. Never mind. The fighter's like, I've got better things to do. I send anti-airs to hit bombers. Sure, sure. Now the bomber lives at 1. It's not like it's an Andy bomber, though, so that's fine. Just kill off this copter, which is fine. The fighter can... I would say it's definitely risky to send the fighter down here, purely because there was already a copter harassing down here, and I would not be surprised if your opponent had an anti-air and sent it over here to try and like cover their airport, and then they'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and they'd smack your fighter. So I would say it's definitely a risky play, but if it works out, it works out. Okay, anti-air gets built, copter runs away. There's so many copters. Gonna go ahead, another anti-air. Poor artillery getting beat up, and go back and heal a bit. Oh no. The fighter sees its doom. BestMike does not use the normal power every time he can. That's how you should probably play Kindle. You hold it for opportune moments. Okay, well, rest in peace, fighter. It's okay. The bomber got hit by an anti-air, so it's somewhat mission accomplished. Ooh, you actually got the Rachel super. How much damage did that do? You screw up. Well, the fighter was going to die either way. I don't think he had the way of blocking the city. That did... I think it's hiding something. Bam, bam, bam. All the front lines. They did like 10k. But it shows it hitting here, but these guys aren't injured. So there might be a glitch with the... because of the fog. Yeah, those did get hit. 73k. I think like 20k. You want super? Yeah, I think that's fair. It, almost every unit over here is now injured. Goodbye, fighter. Oh, the fighter lived? Oh, because... because BestMike didn't Urban Blight. So Urban Blight's after, in regret. One health bomber. One health bomber doing one health bomber things. Looking pretty good. cannon fodder actually a little bit behind in unit count, but not unexpectedly. Oh, because they didn't urban blight first, they lost their 1 health bomber. That hurts. Down goes that copter. Okay, moving on over here. Get a nice tank shot. And then anti-air goes back to heal. Another anti-air over. Yeah. Some mechs would probably help. Both sides holding on very effectively. We have the Neo tank start coming out. Should be good. Nice front switch. Almost all the vehicles have left this attack. Just kind of counting on cannon fodder to not try and push out. It's very daring to push out. So I think that's a fair thing to do. Just go save the one side base, or the lone base. And we have a rocket. Kindle rocket, very scary. If it makes it to this city or this comm tower, it'll lock the base from afar. Fighter goes in, does the damage. We hit the anti-air, then we hit the anti-air, down to 3. Probably should spend a little more time repairing. I can understand the fear of it though. To be like, oh no, if I start repairing, then they'll urban blight, and then I'll just be paying for the urban blight. But if you're dealing with like a single artillery that you'd like to heal up, then it's not a big deal, the urban blight. Especially if you're Rachel. If you're someone else, then it hurts a lot because the urban blight knocks you down 3 and you only repair 2. With Rachel, you repair back up to where you were. We have the urban blight from Kindle. Kill off this infantry, kill off this tank, kill out. He almost slipped. Kill off the infantry, kill off the 4 health artillery, build another copter. It's a brutal fight trying to break in there. Eventually, the Rachel supers should just do so much damage that the Kindle player can't really keep up. Although so far they've all hit over here, so they've kind of already achieved that. Okay. Boom. Tank comes in, hits the tank. Neo tank comes in, kills the anti-air. Very nice. The Neo tank gonna be the closer on this base. Anti-air goes down. The fighter was not taken out. It gets to go pester another copter. So the nice thing about 1 health fighters and 1 health bombers is that copters don't kill them. Takes anti-air. So instead, with that noted, actually, instead of hitting the battle copter, you can always do stuff like put the fighter here or here, and then really restrict the base's ability to deploy. In this case, they just have an infantry built, but if they built something else, then you would definitely just put it there. Going in on the Neo tank. Always daring, especially if there's support for the Neo tank. Okay, the rocket's almost here. They take a long time to make it to start locking down those bases. We have a... Well, the fighter doesn't have the vision on the bomber, but the recon does. Okay. Neo tank. Nice. Okay. Neotank hits the base. Bomber could threaten it, but the fighter's in the way. Okay. Still trying to get this city. Somehow BestMike has held off this city for so long. Strike, anti-air kills. Infantry goes down. Infantry steps onto the base. That's looking pretty GG. Cannon fodder starts sending stuff over here immediately. Medium tank? Anti-air. They build a copter, I assume. A little shuffle around on the wall. No copter, another anti-air over here, okay. So this is where BestMike has trouble, because it's really tough to attack a base in this very choky area without clumping up. As we found, as BestMike experienced earlier. Ooh, bomber, no fear, no vision, sees recon, dives on in. Rip bomber. Anti-air goes in, hits the infantry. Infantry clears it out. This is almost a perfect infantry Rachel super. We have a Neotank of BestMike's own. The city has finally fallen. The join cap for the base. I assume this fighter is not going to move. Okay, you hit the bomber. Kill off the infantry. Sure. Go for the anti-air hit. Oh, it did move. Kill off the battle copter. Probably assume not hit the artillery. Go over here and hit this anti-air. Sure. Okay, does block this off though. Don't want to give anyone any chances of saving the base there. So close to reaching the super at this point. How much do you need? Like 6,000? At this point, I'd probably give up on the chances of getting it. Does get clear that off. There's double artillery looking at this base, which is unfortunate. Builds an infantry. Rest in peace, infantry. This fighter, though, is putting in a lot of work. Yeah, well, probably shouldn't have put the Neo on the city, but again, you're Rachel, so it's not that big of a deal. It's going to cost you like 6,000 in repairs or something, but your unit will still be as strong. That's what tends to matter. Unless something kills it, then it's really bad. Copter busts on in, standing on the base. Okay. There's nothing here to hurt the anti-air though, so you do get to save your base. Okay. Bomber runs up here. Big old infantry fight. Stepping in the way. It really needs to stop grouping up more. Yeah, BestMike resigns. There was going to be an absolutely devastating Rachel super that turn. As there was every time. GG. Right? It would have just... I assume it would have hit here. Did it hit here all 3 times? It would have just had a Neotank left, basically. GG. Rachel super. It's good. It's very good. It held on to that base. And it's very wise not to engage Kindle in those early fights, because that's where she's going to thrive. And there's no reason to give her those opportunities if you can avoid it. I'm going to do one more game. Speaking of Rachel versus Kindle, we have Vechi versus Jake 777777777. Sturmier, and you had 3 comm towers. You just did not want to play Sturm, but with the cheese you have to. That is, that's one of those negative, let's make it smaller, negative factors that those HQ rushes bring into the field. Woohoo, one more. Okay, we have another Rachel versus Kindle. We had an Andy versus Drake. I don't think we've had a Lash game yet, but that's okay. Whoa. Okay, looks like Vechi is using the... Yep. Vechi is using the old interface, so we will not have the individual moves here, it looks like. We'll just get to have some fun trying to track where everything goes. This map has an HQ rush. If you're against Sammy and you don't notice it happening. We have the tank first on this side. This is the somewhat stronger side because the airport's closer. Okay, and we just did the tank answering the tank over here. For Jake, and you can see Kindle tank doing its job. It protects all of these captures very effectively, staying right out of range of Rachel's tank. And we're just moving forward here, going for some more captures. This does technically threaten to go for the comm tower. Ooh. Well, I was saying that the Kindle tank does protect these captures very effectively, but Vechi disagrees and attacks with the tank here. I don't like this move. The reason I don't like this move isn't necessarily because it's going to get absolutely walloped by the Kindle tank, but it's more because there's follow-up infantry here to go for this capture very quickly. And this guy can just go threaten to take the comm tower very slowly. No fear. It doesn't, though. It backs off. I would go over to the comm tower. And then, yeah, you take your 3-9. And you take that straight to the bank. Rachel is definitely a little close to the HQ. That is definitely true. But doesn't try and initiate this blazing HQ capture. This guy was covering against it. Stepping a single tile this way so that the anti-air can't... No, I don't know why I went over here. Probably here is better so it can technically threaten this capture. But it's threatening a 2-hit KO to try and kill this. Oh no, they don't have a comm tower. Anti-air trying to match this copter's movements. Jake 7-7, Jake with the 7-7s is up a comm tower in this game. Vechi starts moving back and consolidating, trying to close off this little choke point, using the artillery to defend. And it just goes for some more captures. They're up by quite a bit. Income so far. Jake ending up 1,000 behind at the end of their turn, but does have a comm tower. Is able to block this city from being captured. very effectively. So right now, Vechi essentially has one of these central cities in exchange for a comm tower at this point, and then is going in for this one right now. Which, while also just setting up some more defenses over here covering the city, potentially going in for a push. Anti-air to answer this copter. These infantry just do a little sidle back and forth. Not quite sure what's going on with that. He didn't want to be engaged on over here. So Jake probably has to fall back here. Don't really want to stand in artillery range after all. Just uses an infantry to interrupt. Doesn't use a tank or something. That does fall back behind the city. Has this tank over here. We're just going to have some very nice counterattack if this gets hit. Okay, Vechi is not pushing for this comm tower. Instead, moving down here, has the artillery and the tank. Definitely seems like they're trying to threaten to go for this HQ. And then they also give up going for the comm tower. Use the tank to kill this infantry. Comm tower infantry comes over, smacks here for 4. Wow, that's a high roll for the 6 health. I guess it's just a low 5 or something. And otherwise, they're just moving on down. We do have tank strike. Anti-air does not reach the copter. Bring the copter on over here on a city for extra counterattack damage, although you do take a lot to hit those copter first strikes. You lost so many brain cells every time you play tourney games. Just don't play on easy. It can be pretty high pressure. Ooh, we have the medium tank. The Kindle medium tank out first. Looking like we have a pretty nice unit value advantage. And Vechi just straight up retreats over here. I'm not quite sure why, because there's not an immediate threat to do much, as far as I can tell. Just decides to retreat. It gives more space to Jake over here. And then down here, also retreats. Does 1 strike on this infantry, otherwise just runs away. Does go for this capture though, while covering it with an anti-air, a copter, and 1 tank. There's no infantry over here for Jake to interrupt this. Got a triple copter. Single anti-air's got its work cut out for it. It needs to make sure it never gets hit by a tank. Probably, yeah, I was gonna say probably have to build another anti-air. The city just gets captured, but Jake tries to do a little trade here. Vechi says no way, no trade, and attacks here. Brings the artillery up to defend. Moves this tank over here, trying to take some space or something. I'm not quite sure why it moved here. That's okay. These infantry are not in range of me. So we attack down here, and then just move up with artillery guarding. Pretty good use of the artillery. It is covering this city. And then down here, trying to interrupt this capture, kill off the 1 health infantry, and take a swing while having 4 tanks and 3 copters overlooking the engagement. Vechi kills off the infantry and blocks very nicely with a medium tank and a 1 health infantry. Ooh, a very nice little blockade over here. The anti-air is covering this, which is important because the copter can interrupt. But on the other side of things, you do need to have some protections around this HQ, because this is quite a few infantry and an artillery and an anti-air that can start thinking devious thoughts, but never mind. They all retreat again to this little area. The copter does go in for this strike, which is going to get taken out by an anti-air. And a tank sacrifices itself to kill this infantry, which is going to hurt unit value-wise, but because Jake doesn't have any other healthy infantry over here, probably is going to pay off in the long run, because you're going to have to build an infantry. It walks to here, it walks to here, and then they can go for this capture. So, just the base light factor making this more valuable than it normally would be. Ooh. At the same time, Jake is like, I am done with this nonsense. And Blesson in here starts going for an HQ cap. Hits the copter with an anti-air. It does get hit by a tank. And builds a rocket over here. Busting in with tanks. We do have an anti-air covering this. There is a city for Vechi to try and stand on, and I don't know if magnets have been made here. It looks like there's an infantry and HP magnet made over here, but the value missile will definitely hit here. Rocket is a magnet. It's like a very future magnet, assuming Vechi doesn't get the super. Vechi does not get the super here. Didn't wanna dive in. Didn't attack. Oh, killed off this copter. Nothing else. Move some infantry over. These guys like didn't even move. The rocket came over. Some infantry backed off. Wow. Just let you keep this this presence over here. Didn't even hit this anti-air. Huh? Okay. Well, this is very scary for Rachel to try and deal with. A very nasty attack force, which is actually just going to run away at this point. Okay. It's mission accomplished kind of situation. We make a magnet, it looks like. No Rachel super. I mean, oftentimes you're not going to see a Rachel super if they have a magnet set up for you. Has to back. Again, just backing off. So Jake has a very nice unit count advantage here. Down 2k, but 17k is one of those benchmarks that are very nice to reach, because you can go, of course, copter, tank, infantry, or save up a bit and go bomber, infantry. These guys are still standing around here, just being prepared for getting hit by a Rachel super anytime. And you'll notice that Jake is holding on to this Urban Blight. Just putting a lot of pressure on Rachel to just not stand on cities, or else get punished. There's also no anti-airs over here, so Jake is able to start moving on in. Infantry kind of moved themselves forward, which is not something I would recommend when you're making magnets, because they can be killed. And that can mess with where the super will land. Looks like it didn't mess with it enough, because this is in the top left, I assume. So 2 missiles, the HP and the infantry missile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it doesn't hit this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I guess this is just enough. This only hits 5, and this also hits 5, but it's in the top left corner. This also hits 4. Very close. So just the value one hits here. The HP and the infantry missile hit up here, which does deal about 30,000 to Jake this turn. Also loses 2 tanks down here. But even after all that, still ahead in unit count. And Jake does have the option of using a Kindle Super. And does go for it. Okay. So you kill off that tank. Don't quite kill off that tank. I'm wondering if with the Kindle Super, the medium tank could have one-shotted that, and then just tank and infantry could kill this. Maybe, maybe not. The anti-air kill. The copter kills the copter. Still no anti-air built over here, so this copter just has free reign. I guess this bomber does too if it wants to kill off an infantry. Okay, yeah, definitely join up to threaten these property captures. Looking pretty good. I'm not 100% sold on the high society since it didn't really bust all the way through here. I guess you didn't want to go here with the medium tank to get shot by the artillery, which is very fair. And then the game ended in a draw. I think Vechi timed out there. For the Jake win. I would say that there was a lot of threats made, like moving towards this HQ, but then way too much retreating. Like nothing happened for so long. I think there was a lot of nice tactical plays for sure. Maybe a little too over-eager in some of the tank losses here for Vechi and Jake. I think Jake had some pretty good plays here. I liked attacking down here and blocking it off, and then the really aggressive attack up here. Yeah, I think he was waiting for a good opportunity for a Rachel Super too. Which is really hard to do if your opponent can make magnets. Then you have to force a good opportunity instead of letting your opponent kind of blunder into them. So GG. Well played. I hope everyone enjoyed. I leave you with an apple, and I'll see you guys all on Friday after a full week of classes. GG's.